mentioned the, not sure what's going on here. Okay. So I mentioned the audit, so you're supposed to be auditing each of your procedures at least once a year. So the plan here is you create an audit based on the department you'll be auditing internally. You set up the date. You select an audit manager, so you might want to get your personnel trained, have your auditors trained first on how to perform audit. You select the systems you want to audit, so it might just be the quality one, or you may have like also different systems based on the location in your organization, so you can select the systems here. You select your list of auditors, the person that will be audited, and you have a list of closed questions here to make sure that those people, based on the procedures, follow the steps that was described. So you can have an open, closed questions related to a specific procedure, and then you can prepare that list prior to the audit, and when you talk to an auditee or sit down with them, then you can go through a specific, in this case here, like a PO, and follow all the records registered during the process to make sure they comply with the norms. And so at the end, you can select whether or not it's conformed. If it's not, you can create a non-conformity, suggest an improvement opportunity here, so you can log everything from the application. And same thing, like conclusions of the audit, you can provide like what was good, if people are well trained, if the documentation is accurate enough, stuff to improve. So it's an open text here. They can list what they should be working on for the next audit. And then things you want to follow up on, so improvement opportunities, you can create new ones here. So whether it's an opportunity or corrective action based on the type here, assign it to someone, put a deadline, provide a description, and then that can be easily followed up on later after the audit. If there is something really out of sync between the reality and the procedures, you create a non-conformity, so give it a name, system will give a reference. It's related to a partner, you can provide the name of the partner, or it might be related to the purchase order, you can give the reference of the purchase order. How did you find about this non-conformity? So you have a predefined list here that can be customized. It's who is responsible for it, who is his manager, who filled in the records, again the systems, so you can describe why this is a non-conformity, what evidence did you find with the references. You can log an immediate action here. You can select which procedures it was non-conform against. So it might be a list here, could also be procedures or other object based on the norms. And as part of the audit, that's pretty much where you stop. And then you have your compliance department following up on those items. Questions so far on the audit? Yes.
That's not the audit. Specifically, you mentioned KPIs before, but I've never seen a possibility to define KPIs within the modules.
I don't have the module migrated, but it's okay. So the question was about how do we define KPI within the management system module. There was a KPI module on previous version, which was generic enough to be removed from the management system repo to a different one. And it's not available on 17. But the idea is you can define your metric. Based on that metric, you define zone, whether it's green, orange, or red. And the system will execute a query or Python code on a regular basis, could keep the value and define if the value was within which range the value was. It could also be connecting to external systems through JDBC or DBC connector, and keep the value in Odoo, keep the history of that KPI, and the idea is you can review whether it's red or orange. You can define a plan of actions to fix this. So once we have run audits, and so you define non-conformities. We have a process here with a Kanban view that can be customized, but the idea there is based on the steps in the process. Different tabs will show up. So at the beginning, it's filling in the what's the root cause of the non-conformity. You can select here different cause. You can define the severity. I'm not sure why. And then define the action plan. So there you can have a different list of actions, whether it's preventive, corrective, or immediate. And you can put the review of this plan. Not sure. Okay, I need to fix stuff with the visibility, but that's. And so once you have your plan defined, you can each person assigned to an action can see what action they are assigned to here, and they have the deadline to complete this by. They can log all the items they've been doing. Once they feel that the action has been completed, they move it to closed. From the non-conformity, the compliance department can review the efficiency of the actions, whether we make sure that the problems will come back or not, and even close the non-conformity. So that's the whole process here between the action and those non-conformities. And I think that's pretty much what I had in the demo. So part of those modules, and we got some reports here regarding the actions, regarding non-conformities. So how long does it take to close them? You can group by, so standard pivot view in Odoo, you can group by whatever fields we have available on those records. And the last one is the audit, so same thing. Any questions regarding the demo at this point?
Just in terms of, I'll try and shout, just in terms of the management system itself, right? So you've got all this documentation, you've got these manuals, you've got all of that. How does Joe, the purchase order directory guy, interact with this or see this and understand the procedures that he's meant to be following?
So the interaction is, like I said, there's a big effort at the beginning to put the initial documentation in the system. Once this is done, it's ongoing planning and scheduling of the audit, following up on the action, on the non-conformities, updating. So all those action and non-conformities will generate whether it's you have a people problem, so you need to train your staff on the current documentation, or whether the problem is the actual documentation and then needs to be reviewed, discussed, and updated and approved. And that's where we have a module to make sure that you only show people the last approved version of the documentation, so people can work on changes. And when the directors gets an email about those changes, can review and approve, and people then get the latest versions and avoid making the same mistake again. Yep.
Does it generate like some report that like report will be a document that will contain all the information about like annual checks of like management system, that they will have like all the points been checked and like some conclusions, but like not going to be like in a private view, but like a document that like when you order or you will deal with some external reviewers of your management system, or like wherever management system, ICO, like 99 or 151, like energy management, wherever. So they will see that you did all those reports, like it's going to be like really time saver, but now it's like some sort of like private view. Let's see. Possible here or not?
Yeah, it is. And so all the information is within Odoo. So you're expecting like some kind of PDF with all the activities that you.
Report,
Yeah.
Like I've made like my management system check, like, and I have like some information. Okay, after these points were checked, like and I have this like parentheses of activities, this like corrective actions, and wherever I can send this final report.
So it is doable. Again, like as far as you have the info in Odoo, it's about making that report, that PDF, and that's exactly what I wanted to discuss. Right here is so roadmap is so you want, I guess you want this like by.
Yeah, because like in the final, it must be a report that like it must be like verified and like assigned by the like some personnel who's like in charge of this system, or like company CEO.
You're asking for this for the gun activities or the upcoming one?
It's like
It's not.
because like I've been doing this like for 10 years, and like when you do like another examination of the system, and you like buy for example tool for BSI or whatever company, and they come like they ask you, okay, have management board management seen this report? Like, did they sign it? Like, is it a verified document? Because yeah, you have like spreaded information in all. That's great, but like it's not a document. It's not an official until it's like it's signed.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we can make this report, but so roadmap as well is obviously migrating to version 18. Like I mentioned at the beginning, I've only been involved in the past 10 years into reviewing the pull requests that were made by the others. Haven't actually done any implementation project outside of my own organization. So in the course of those 10 years, ISO standards got updated. ISO 9001 got a new version in 2015, which includes all the risk management. So there is nothing right now managing the risk within those modules. So this is a improvement that we need to work on, and we got some requests, but nothing concrete as of now. But we got some requests from potential customers in the automotive and aerospace industry, where they have their own version of the 9001 standard, and really any other systems can be added. The point of using the document pages is, and especially work instructions for people down on the operation is they have one set of actions to perform on one document, and those actions can be coming from whether it's the quality management system or environment or information security. So they don't, that's not their business to know where it's coming from. They just have one thing where they follow the rules, and they will be complying with whatever systems you guys have implemented there. And I think that's pretty much it. Any questions? Okay. We got
CMMI 3 level 2, CMMI 3 and 4 and 5.
That can be added as well, yeah. CMMI.
Nowadays, that's getting a lot of traction.
Any other requests you got from the field, from customers? Happily interested to get feedback there. Nope.
It's going to be like it's going to be good to have some templates like for management systems, like pre-installers. Like basically they all like follow the same checklist, like for all these internal audits, like external audits, like they have all the same checklists. It's going to be like nice to have those templates.
I think regarding the checklist on audit, the things we've done, because basically you're auditing the same scope, maybe once or twice, at least once a year, maybe more. And the idea is you can copy all the verification lines from a previous one. I don't have any other there before, but so if you got 30 or 40 questions and just maybe 3 of them will change from the previous version, previous audit, that will speed up the creation of the list. So you're not afraid to be doing any more audit that you need to, and catch stuff early on. Yeah. But so what I'd like to get out of this presentation is, if you're interested and you have projects or client interested, let's talk. I'd like to get involved in the migration process more than I was in the last 10 years, because just reviewing stuff, it's nice to get contributions, but you can't. I mean, they usually come out at the end of your project, and if we need to refactor or rewrite something, it's usually too late. So if I can get involved early on, and I'll be happy to help and make sure that those modules age well and not like you've seen today, barely basic features. Thank you.
pleasure to introduce Pierre Verkerst, who's going to talk today about, I suppose, the developers' introduction to accounting cut-offs for functional people. So I'll hand it over to you, Pierre.
Thank you. Hi, so I'm a techie guy, not an accountant. But as any problem solver knows, accurate data is crucial. That's where cutoff comes in. So I'm Pierre Verkerst. I am a freelancer and I like to build business tools with my customers and that are very integrated with their ecosystems. You can find me in Python as a Python programmers and everywhere in the DevOps loops from the beginning of the project to maintain it. So today I'm gonna speak about a cutoff. Let's imagine OCA start to sell live streams, radio, TV streams, and technical magazine tip. So I'm taking an example for explaining cutoff. So let's say come go to the website of OCA and order those items. So online they can choose the start date of the services. So for instance, the magazines, they order for 6 months from the beginning of October, and then online radio for 3 months, and a yearly subscription of online TV. So I have installed the French plan. So when you invoice your customers, incomes are going into a 700 series account. And in the accounting, you get all your incomes to the date of the invoice. So what is cutoff? Cutoff is a point of time when you stop recording transaction and start recording for the next period. Here, the customer order for service that is ongoing on 2 different years, and then you may want to cut your revenue to the next period. This the income represents what the company needs to do as a service to your customers. So, as in country like in France, you want to move that income to make your fiscal years independently from one year to the other. So this is completely different than the customer payment, where I will show after, but for payments, this goes to other accounts, and so we are speaking about incomes. You may want to split with a smaller period to get accuracy and make this more decision making. So for instance, here I choose to cut off every month. So in the invoice is in September, but the service starts from October, so all the incomes are cut off and deferred to the next month. This is the same things with energy, prepaid rent, in assurance, and software subscriptions. So if you put on the same graph incomes and expense, without cutoff, it will be hard to make any decisions. Whereas on the second, we chose to cut off by months, and it's easy to see if we have more expense or incomes in the company. So let's make a demo. I will show you sorry. Wow. I will show two examples. The first without the model I have developed for my customers. So with Odoo community, without the account move cutoff modules, if you want to cut off for every month, first you confirm the invoice, and then on journal items for incomes line, you have the cutoff button, and you have to choose when you want to cut off. So here, oops, sorry. Let's take for the example, I will cut off on the 1st of January. So for online TV stream, it will be October to December on 2024, and the rest on 2025. So if I go to my TV stream, I have to choose the right date. I want to put that there is an account where you defer your incomes. So this will create two account entries. One to move from incomes account to, so the amount will be sorry, no, not see. Oh, sorry. Okay. Let's say we want 600 on January. So we have two entry accounts that will be created. One in September to move from the incomes account to the adjusting entry account. the deferred account. And the other one in January to make the revenue back to the incomes account from the from the deferred account. This is generated. So if you want to do that for each month, you have to do it for 12. You have to do that 12 times and do it for each lines. So it's a bit long. And then you can go to your general ledger, and you can see there is I think I probably choose December instead of January. So I have a part of my income that are deferred in December here. There is another matter with these systems is because if you had done this and you want to extern your invoice, I think it will make a bit the mess in your accounting ledger. What?
Yeah. September.
Yeah. So your balance is
December.
okay, not too bad. So next, I will show you with the account move cutoff modules. Yes. So here is another database where I have installed account move cutoff module. So when I confirm my invoice, all the deferred entries are created for me based on start date and end date. So everything is here by cut off by months. So when I go to my general ledgers, I get all the months already displayed. I don't know where is the graph view, but anyway. The other thing that you can set is to forward or not product. So you may So even on deferred line, you get your product on the line to make easy for decision feature. So what we need to set to make this works, there is general settings, invoicings, here you can choose in which journal you move your cutoff and which kind of split you want. If you want equals the same amount for each month, or if you want to prorata temporis by month. And you can choose or not to forward the link to the different to future income lines. And accounting, analytic accounting line are also deferred. So if I go to my I think in the roadmap, this should be an option as well. If I go invoicing, where is analytics? Account. You have my account. Go to the cost. So in analytics, I also forward the amount. So what we have seen with accounting move cutoff, you can get accurate period reporting, and the recording is done as a daily basis task, so you haven't to spend the end of your month to manage cutoff. So that makes easier to close your periods and helps to make any decisions. You can find this module in account closing repositories in version 14. Do you have any questions?
The latest is in 14 only?
Jay. You're going to ask questions, put your hand up.
Saying that it's only in version 14?
Yes, at the moment.
Thank you. I have two questions. Is there a way to automate the process and not setting the cutoffs on each invoice separately? And second question, I think there is another module called account spread cost revenue in OCA that seems very close to what you did. Do you know about this module, and how does it compare with your module?
I think the other modules works at the end of the month. Well, you have to configure it, and lines are aggregate when possible. And here I keep all the details to know which line differ where what was the source of the deferred line and amounts. So this generates more lines than the other module.
Yeah, is there an option to, obviously you showed the pro rata temporis and the equal distribution of deferring revenue and deferring expenses. Is there an option just to say, take my year end date, split it into each year?
No. It's only, I am sure, but where's my mouse? No, there is nothing to make it in the past. So this happened when you confirm the account move. The other things you can do, it's if you the account to defer your revenue is set on the incomes accounts or expense accounts. If some of the invoice you don't want to generate those lines, just leave it empty and it won't generate deferred lines. And the same if you don't put any date here, just you won't generate any lines. So this is a start and end date from OCA. So you can configure on the product to tell if the date is required or not. I think the other module you mentioned is based also on those modules.
What about if the subscription doesn't have an end date?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
He can hear you. What about if the subscription doesn't have an end date?
I don't remember, but I think I can't compute the amount for each month. So I think I won't do anything. But I don't remember really. Just try.
Okay.
As an accountant, in which case is it better to go through the invoice, as you are doing here, and not from the mass action that you can use end of the month?
I am not an accountant, so it's hard to answer. I believe it's first you get your for reporting all the data are already split. So if you go to the analysis view, you get the information right away. You don't have to wait that the accountant runs a massive action to get the result. And the other thing is, I believe that it's easier to sort out things when you are doing it and not at the end of the month and just come back on the topics and understand what's happened when something goes wrong or something is wrongly set.
It's not a question, but a remark. I think this module is not for a content, in fact. I don't know what is the English word for contrôleur de gestion. I don't know if he, but in fact, your module is more for dashboard, for the direction, for example, more that for accounting. For me, from accountant, it's okay to pay, in fact, the real amount at the time. So I think your module is more for dashboards than for accountants.
Yes, you are probably right. Actually, they ask us for the accounting is not done by Odoo. We are making invoice, and was just easier to generate those lines in Odoo and import in the accounting software. But yes.
Yeah, first I want to thank you for contributing to the accounting cutoff, because it's a repository where there are very few people contributing to this, and I'm surprised by the amount of people coming to this talk compared to the few people really contributing to this repository. So I hope we can see more people joining forces on the repository. There are a lot of trial to improve. We had other talk on the other years also. I did a big contribution for actualing everything related to sales and purchase on storable product, and I think there are many valuable stuff there and interesting lot of people, but we really need more people to join forces on this repository to do review and to improve the stack that is there, because it's an important topic.
Thanks.
Okay, well, if there's no more questions, can we have a round of applause for Pierre? That was great. I learned a lot during that presentation. going to talk to us about carbon accounting and sustainability within business and the modules that they use to do that.
Thank you. So we are going to talk about a little bit of regulation that brings us to where we are today. Then I will present you my company CO2 features and a quick demo in order to illustrate what has been done. And in the end, we will discuss the roadmap and how we could bring this module to another step. So in terms of regulation, you should know that for the companies that are larger than 250 employees, starting in 2025, meaning in a couple of months, your clients, or even you potentially, will have to comply with the CSRD regulation in Europe. There are other regulations in the world, of course. The small companies are also impacted because when the big corporations are looking at their value chain, or their supply chain, they most of the time require these small clients to provide such calculation in terms of emission, these emissions that have to be reported. But the problem is that there is not a lot being available in the tools on the market today that are really integrated within a system. So you can purchase an outside system and then you need more or less to export, import data, and you spend your time in Excel. Here, what we tried to do with my company CO2 is to integrate everything within Odoo. This is how you report your carbon emissions, meaning first you look at your first scope, then all the energy in the scope 2 for the upstream and the downstream activities regarding transportation, employee commuting, all of your assets, and so on and so forth, and all the transportation side. What you realize is that actually there is an app for all of these problems that is available in Odoo, and the companies are already managing this in Odoo. So what has been done, basically, is to integrate all of this within the single apps in Odoo. That gives you the ability to manage your climate strategy directly and seamlessly within all of these single applications. It is real time, and you can plan your decarbonization. Most of the people are spending time just to try to compute their emissions, whereas, of course, it's important to compute, but we don't really care about computing. What we care is reducing the emissions. And this is what the companies will be able to focus on with my company CO2. This is purely based on accounting. So what we did is to manage the carbon accounting computation as the accountants are managing our money. So to summarize, you have an accounting line with the debit and the credit for the currencies. Here it's the same, but we have simply, so to say, and Julien may laugh a little bit because it's a bit tough, but we have simply added the debit and the credit in terms of carbon. So it's totally integrated within the accounting part. It gives us a lot of possibilities in terms of reporting. It works out of the box for asset management, and you can imagine what we can do also in terms of budgeting, in terms of analytical accounting, and so on and so forth. All of this analysis is also coming, not say out of the box, but in terms of dashboarding, we have integrated MIS reports in order to be able to report on top of the carbon also. So there's a lot we can do in terms of analysis, and we are capable of generating the standard reporting that is required by the authorities. We like to talk about co-opetition and not competition, in a sense that the idea is to bring this module and to make it available to as much as possible companies in the world. So it's open source. We are trying to pushing an open data logic also in terms of the emission factors. This is the way you are computing your emission. You need some emission factors. And we are trying now to build a community that has started with the creation of an association, which is called MCO2. It is intended to host this source code that has been initially implemented by OpenNet, and to develop it and to work with and to develop the community. So part of so this association, MCO2, has been created recently. Inoya in the room is part of the association. We also have another partner, which is called Manatech. I don't know if they are around today. I've not seen them. But this is what we are trying to do. So the more partners we will have on board, the easier it will be to deploy this around the world for our clients. And the biggest part of the features, it may not look like a feature, the previous one, but for us it's a real feature, even if it doesn't sound like. In terms of integration, so accounting, as you understood, purchases, all the HR commuting, which is extra accounting, is also embedded. And also on the sales, the expenses, and some of those modules. Before jumping to the demo of the sustainability module, you need to understand one thing. To compute emissions, you have some activity data. So here, for instance, if you are consuming 10 kilowatt hours of electricity, you need to know what is the emission factor. This is usually provided either by the government or by universities or by some other companies. So here, if you say that your carbon footprint is 0.06 kilograms of carbon equivalent per kilowatt hour, if you consume 10 kilowatt hour, then your emission is worth 0.6 kilograms, right? That's the only thing you need to know to understand the entire module. Everything is based on top of this. So let me jump into the demo. So this is a sustainability module. I have forgotten to mention that we have also integrated the demo data. So as soon as you install it with the usual Azure interior and the tables and the chairs, so we have added some emission factors on top of it so that as soon as you install it, you can see what is happening. So this is the global carbon footprint of your company with some of the tables and the chairs I was talking about. And the first thing, as I mentioned previously, is to talk about is regarding the emission factors. I will jump between different tabs, but everything is available in the community version, right? Despite you will see some enterprise screen, everything is available on the community part. So this is a database where there are some emission factors that have been loaded. So here you see we have 6,000 emission factors from a French database, but there are some other databases that have been integrated. So you can navigate through these emission factors with the hierarchical view in order to find, for instance, an electricity factor that you would like to use. Let's say an average one in France, 2021. And here is the screen where you can see the details of an emission factor and the way it is broken down, right? So this is basic emission factor. Then I want to show you another part. So this is reference data for the emission factor about the decarbonization module. So basically, as I said, computing is one thing, but what we want is to reduce. So here in this module, we give the ability to the clients to define their climate strategy and to see the way they are going to reduce their emissions. So for instance, at OpenNet, we have a short-term, a mid-term, and a long-term scenario. In the short-term one, for instance, we have several plans. We have a plan to reduce our energy consumption. We have a plan to offer some mobility advantages to our employees in order to have some ways to commute that are less emitting CO2. And we have a training sensibilization plan, so to say. And within each of these plans, you can define what are the actions that are associated to it. So here, for instance, we are saying that we want to reduce the temperature within our offices. So that's an easy one and one that everyone knows. And then you can define what you want and define what your plan to reduce your emissions look like. One of the items in the roadmap would be starting from this to generate a budget, for instance, a carbon budget. We have financial budgets. Here, it would be interesting to say, okay, what am I expecting in terms of reduction? But today, it's only a matter of describing what is your climate strategy. Let me move into the carbon footprint, as I was saying. So as soon as you open the sustainability module, you see what are your emissions here. So you can group them, you can filter them, you can sort them the way you want. You can filter by only the monetary, for instance. So there's a lot you can do here. And you can also report using the carbon footprint module. This is standard reporting, so you can slice and dice the data the way you want, filter, group, whatever you want. Now, let's move on to a small scenario. And let's say that we have received an invoice. Let me take this one. So this is an invoice of power from ENERCOP, a French electricity supplier. And this month, we did consume 239 kilowatt hours. So how do we create this type of invoice? And what is the impact in Odoo? So if I look at the supplier invoices, let me take the one from the previous month. So usual, I duplicate this one, starting from there. It is an invoice from the 10th of November. Okay. And this time I'm paying 85.19. And we are consuming, I was saying, 239. I'm saving, and the data is in the box. It's as simple as this. Meaning your accountant doesn't have to know anything about emission factor, about carbon emission or whatever. This is as simple as this, and the carbon is automatically computed and generated. You have the ability also to check the way this has been computed. So here, I'm going back to the main screen of the sustainability carbon footprint, if you remember. And you have all the explanation of the way this 12.45 has been computed. It is being split by several types of emission factor, transportation, combustion, and upstream. And you have all the details, basically. I don't know if you did notice, but we have an interesting information on the invoice. They have given us the exact carbon footprint of the company and the electricity that they are producing. So instead of having a generic emission factor, we will be able to get the exact one from these guys. So I have created here the emission factor just before in order to be faster during the demo, but they are saying it's 0.055 for the upstream part, and for the distribution, this is their emission factor, as you can see here, 15.547, okay? So now, what we're gonna say is we're gonna take the product, the electricity product, and instead of saying this is the generic emission factor from France, I will mention that it is the one from ENERCOP. I take my invoice. I can even do that, pick these two ones, recompute the carbon. You can imagine you can have thousands of invoices. You just recompute, and your carbon footprint is up to date. It's as simple as this. And if you look into the details, you realize that everything has been recomputed. Here we are down to 8 kilograms. And now the one being used is the NRCOP one. Right? Let's have a look at the employee part, the employee module. So here, when you go to the sustainability parameters, you have the ability to define the way it's going to be computed. First, you define all the emission factors that your employees will be able to set in their HR module. You need to define what is the account, because we are talking about extra accounting carbon footprint, computation, in a sense that you are not spending money for the employees that are coming to the office. But as everything is related to accounting, we need to generate these accounting entries. So you have the ability to define a specific account. It will be a €0 entry, of course, but it's only a matter of charging it in a carbon way, so to say. So you define the account where you want these to appear. You define your journal where you want it to appear. And then every single month, at the beginning of the month, it will compute the entire impact of your commuting, of your employees who are commuting to the office. So for instance, I am traveling by train, and every week it is worth 440 kilometers for me, right? So behind this emission factor, there is a specific computation. It is worth 0.007 per kilometer. And what the system is doing is that every month it is generating search entry in the accounting part, and you have all the details, employee by employee, which is showing, where am I? Here, for me. So it's worth 1,760 kilometers for the entire month. And my commuting is generating 12 kilograms of carbon per month, at least for this month. So this is automatic, and it is being generated. For the ones who wouldn't have yet replied to the survey, there would be an average that has been computed over the other guys who have already defined the way they are commuting. What is very important from a functional point of view is that you don't have someone within the company who is managing the emissions. It means that everyone within the company, from the procurement manager, from the HR officer, everyone will be involved in the climate strategy, trying to reduce on a day-to-day basis, and not simply the day when you decide that you have a consultant coming to compute your emissions. Every time there is a new employee, the HR officer will ask, okay, how are you commuting to the office? If they know that they are taking a day off because the guys are moving, for instance, from one place to another, okay, they will ask actually basically where are you now and how are you going to commute. So this is not only the ESG officer, the one responsible for the climate strategy within the company, but this is basically the entire company and the entire departments who will be involved on a daily basis. Just want to show you another one, which is with regards to the asset and the way it is embedded within the accounting module. So here we did purchase a MacBook Pro, and this is of course an asset. It's not a basic spending, and actually Apple is saying that it's worth 271 kilograms of carbon. So here you can say that you don't want to use any emission factor. You are locking this carbon emission to the one the manufacturer is providing you, because you know that. So there is no need to have an emission factor. And then this is an asset. So this is the regular asset management. This is the enterprise, but it also works on the community part. And we are starting with this debt, so to say, and the amortization plan will generate not only the financial part, but also the carbon part, reducing the value of the asset from a carbon perspective and increasing the P&L part every single year. So that's the way it has been integrated when I was saying it's very tight with the accounting module. And that brings me to the reporting. So for instance, you can look at your P&L reports with the currencies on the left, and this is the carbon part. So this is a small development, that has been made on top of the MIS report module. And you have the ability, when you define your MIS reports, to pick the carbon values and to put them in front of your currencies. Here we are in Swiss francs, but it could be anything else. And thus you look at your P&L, not only from a financial perspective, but also for a carbon perspective. This is one of the reporting that is available. I also explain you that you are able to use the analysis module within the sustainability app here. And there's another one, which is a dashboard that has been created. Dashboard is also part of the community edition. And here we have defined a dashboard in order to look at our emissions. So here for 2023, what is this by employee, by turnover figure, what are the global emissions for our company. You have a top 10 by supplier, by emission factor, by account, by invoice, and so on and so forth, with all the features that you already know about the dashboards, where you can slice and dice the data, you can drill, you can do a lot with such a feature. So this has been integrated within the spreadsheets. Let me move on to the end to have a bit of time in order to listen to your questions. So in terms of roadmap, we want to extend the community I was talking about and be able to comply with the OCA standards. At the moment, it has been developed by OpenNet in a certain way, and we want to move this into another level by complying to the OCA standards. The idea is also to extend the integration in order maybe next year to have the OCA event managed by my event CO2, for instance, where we would be able to compute the carbon footprint of the OCA days. We are also in the process of getting my company CO2 certified by the French authorities, which should give us a good credibility, so to say, versus the other tools that are available in the market. And of course, we are open to listen to whatever could be needed to be added to the tool. As any of us, we need contributors, of course, so in case you want to contribute, you are very welcome to do so, but we also need clients in order to finance the developments. At the moment, it's only a project that has been financed on top of OpenNet R&D project, but we need now, with this new association, to see the way it's going to be developed in the future. And there are a lot of partners here in this room, so if you want to deploy this for some of your clients, of course, that will be very interesting to get feedback on what is working, what is needed, if there are some bugs or whatever. So as a recap, most of the clients will need this kind of tools in order to comply with the regulation. We need to find more partners and more clients to use the tool and contribute as much as we can. There is a website where you can find all the links with regard. So first you have the link to download the tool. So that brings you to the GitHub part, because it's fully open source. And at the bottom you have the links to follow on LinkedIn, for instance. I think I'm done. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Do you have any questions for Maxime?
Have you already integrated this to customers who doesn't use Odoo yet. So in complement of their own ERP, because it's quite easy, I guess, to extend the functionalities with this. But for customers that already use another kind of system, how do you deal with this?
So the answer is no at the moment. We are focusing on people who are using Odoo, because where we think the value is when you have all your activity data within your ERP, and this is where we get a value. And with the association, MCO2 association, our plan would be to federate the other tools, the other ERPs, saying we are not competing. Someone from SAP will not come to Odoo because of the carbon module, and vice versa. So we are more thinking about how to collaborate all together to define maybe a new standard, to define such a thing, rather than trying to define some interfaces in order to be connected to some other tools. But we are thinking at it, because otherwise we are only Odoo focused, and it's not that easy.
Thanks. Okay. Thanks for your presentation. I have two questions. You were talking about French authorities. Are you talking about the ABC, the Association Bilan Carbone, in English would be Carbon Footprint Association, which own the license of the carbon footprint methodology? So are you talking about this one? And second question, in the carbon footprint methodology, there is also a step which is scenarios in the future if the prices of the energy evolve. Do you plan to include these scenarios in the add-on later?
So the question was around, I think we didn't hear about it. It's okay? Okay. So yes, the plan is to get it certified by the ABC association. I did the license from a personal perspective in order to be able to try to build something that looks like what the environmental consultants need, what the accountant will need. So this is the plan for beginning of 2025. And in terms of risk mitigation, at the moment there is nothing available within the tool. But yes, the plan would be to be able to run some simulation and say, okay, if it was to increase by such amount, then what would be the impact on the company? But it's not available yet.
Thank you, Maxime. That's all the time we have questions for, but if anyone else has any more questions, I'm sure they'll see you. looks on Caldino, who's working for Foodles, is it?
Yeah, Foodles. I'm a software engineer.
Going to talk about how they automate supplier, orders and transfers in Odoo for perishable goods across complex working systems.
Yeah, thank you. So, hi everyone. I'm going to talk about these challenges we face trying to streamline our operations by automating some of our processes through Odoo. And in this presentation, we'll detail our constraints. I will show you an example, and then we'll present a module we developed to try and address this use case. As a disclaimer, I have to add that I'm new to the Odoo world and that I'm not a supply chain expert. But before that, who are we and what do we do? Well, we are a 10-year-old French food tech company with just shy of 500 employees, including a small subsidiary based in London. We deal mainly with other businesses and offer three main services. The first one is a connected fridge for the employees. They can unlock the fridge using a QR code on the mobile app, and then they can take the food they want and it will be billed automatically. The second is a fridge dedicated to click and collect orders, which enable employees to order food the day before on the mobile app or on the web application. And finally, we can provide staff and food for a kitchen at the location, which we call Foodles Bar, where we sell a variety of food and beverages in complement to our fridge offers. Said kitchen is usually designed and built by us, but sometimes we can reuse an existing one. Usually, the companies that are our clients, they subsidize parts of the meal so to make it cheap for the employees. In total, we have close to 1,000 smart fridges and Foodles Bar in and around big cities of France and in the London area. But we also provide food in other contexts, whether it is for additional offers or what we call events. This represents a low volume of food compared to our main offers, but their planning is very time-consuming for the supply team. This is because they have to manually manage the stocks so that for each event, for each customer, nothing is missing, but also no food is wasted. Plus, we don't want to impact the stocks of our main offers. So to improve the efficiency of this team, we decided to work on automating this process as much as possible. So our goal is fairly straightforward. We just want to sell order confirmation to create the transfers, which then create the purchase order. So we just have to, what we just have to do is to create the correct stock routes with the correct buy and pull rules, and then we are done, right? Well, as you might expect, if it was as simple as that, I wouldn't be here. We have a lot of constraints in our particular case that cannot be handled by Odoo by default. So first of all, our shelf life products. For food safety is our top priority. We work with a lot of fresh products with a short shelf life, typically 5 to 7 calendar days, but as low as 2 days for products with raw fish, or even 0 days for products like bread, which have to be consumed the day they are delivered to the customer. For us, the clock starts when we receive the goods to our main warehouse, and we have to account, you'll see, for all the delivery delays to ensure that the food will be fit for consumption at the day of the event. The good thing is that our suppliers are really reliable, and they always deliver the food with the expected expiration date, or even sometimes 1 or 2 extra days. Another good thing is that we know that all products will be consumed in this context at the day of the event. If we cannot deliver some products with the correct expiration date for the event, we have to deny the sale order confirmation. Next, for products to go in and out or to be moved within the warehouse, we obviously need to have staff working at the location. our different warehouses don't always work on the same days, so we need to account for the working schedule of all our warehouses, where the product will transit before reaching the consumer when planning the stock pickings. Fortunately, which simplifies a lot, the working days of our warehouses don't change, are known in advance, and they don't change within teams or between teams, at least in this case. Then our suppliers. Each suppliers have different days of the week or the year we can order from them, or that they want us to order from them. And they have different delivery delays for each day of the week. There can be difference for the same suppliers for different types of products. Plus, sometimes the delays are in working days, and sometimes they are in calendar days. So that's something we have to consider. Fortunately, at a given time, we can consider that we have only one supplier for a given product. Okay, so now an example. On the right, you have a calendar spanning 2 weeks from left to right, and we will complete it step by step. So first of all, let's say today is Monday, and we have an event in 13 days on Sunday. The supplier for the product we want to have in the event allows us to order on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so it can be delivered the following Friday and Sunday respectively. This product can be consumed up to 6 days after the reception at our warehouse. So for example, if we receive it on a Monday, we can eat the food up to the next Sunday included. On the warehouse side, the team from the one which will receive the product works every day of the week, but on the Saturdays. Before being able to deliver the product to the next location, the order must be prepared. This takes 1 day. And moving the product between warehouses also takes 1 day. The team in the second warehouse, which will deliver the order to the customer, works every day of the week. The team can only deliver the order the day after having received the order, and then the delivery itself is the day of the event. So now let's try to plan all of this and see how it goes. So first of all, we know that the delivery is the day of the event, so on Sunday. The warehouse needs to have received the order by Saturday. Then warehouse 1 can deliver the product to warehouse 2 on Saturday by sending it on Friday. Warehouse 1 needs 1 day to prepare the order. So we can receive food on a Monday if we order it on Thursday. So far, so good. So now let's check the expiration date of our product. So it's all good. We have 6 days until Sunday. It will be fit for consumption at the time of the event. So we can create a new purchase order today to be confirmed by Thursday for delivery next Monday. The stock pickings from reception to delivery can all be created at the dates we found. If we couldn't find an order date which will lead to a valid expiration date, or if the date we found would be in the past, which can happen, if we would be, let's say, Friday, it would have been too late, then the sale order confirmation should be denied. Now, to try and address this problem, we developed an Odoo module. This module enables us to model all of our constraints and then using them to plan the transfers and the purchase orders when you confirm the sale order. Said order confirmation will be denied whenever there are no valid solutions found. I am currently working on extracting the code from our code base to the OCA. Here you have a QR code to the very in progress pull request and the stock logistics for flow repository on GitHub. There's still a lot to do. Don't hesitate to come to me for suggestions, whether it's in the functional or technical side. I plan to making the run bot and the text coverage work by the end of the week, and then I'll think about how I will split it in several modules to improve maintainability and help for the review process. Now I will show you how it will be used to model these constraints. First of all, you will have to define your own stock routes. So you have to enable the multi-step route setting in the inventory settings. Then you can define the working schedule of your suppliers. So there is a new field in the supplier calendar form within the sales and purchase page. Then you can define the working schedule of your warehouses. It's directly within the warehouse form. If you need to, you can create new working schedules on the fly. Then you have to define for a product how it expires. So you have to make it be tracked by lots with an expiration date and how many days after reception the expiration date is. Once all of this is done, you have to create or update your stock route. In the pull route, you have a new checkbox to specify that the delay is in workable days, whether instead of in calendar days. Then you have a new page in the buy rules where you can set how many lead times, days of lead times per day of the week you have with the supplier, and you have also the checkbox to define whether these delays are in working days or calendar days. And then, of course, you have to check that your product is using these routes, whether through the categories or whatever. Once all of this is done, when you confirm the sale order, it should try and create the transfers and the purchase orders according to all of these constraints, or it will deny the sale order confirmation if it's not possible, suggesting to find another product or another supplier. So that's all for this talk. We have an open position in our team. You have some of the main points of this position. You can use this QR code to go to the position offer and to apply to it. Anyway, thank you for listening to this presentation. Do you have any questions?
I see that you set some lead times on the route. How do you do to link to a specific vendor?
Okay, that's a bit complicated, but usually you have to create one route by vendor, by type of products. As I said, for the same vendor, you can have different constraints based on the type of product. Anyone? Yes?
Can I ask you a question in French?
Yes? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. It works? Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Ah, okay, d'accord. I will ask my question in French and he will translate it. My English is not very good.
Okay.
Ok. Donc, tu as dit que tu vas mettre un délai de réception de fournisseur sur la route. Ah, you speak French, sorry.
Oui.
Ok, sur la route. Puis est-ce que ça va avoir un lien avec le délai qu'on met dans la fiche de l'article? Parce qu'il y a comme un endroit où on peut renseigner le délai de réception de fournisseur. Est-ce que ça va être... ça communique avec ce champ-là ou c'est complètement indépendant? Ça, c'est ma première question. Puis ma deuxième question, est-ce qu'on va aussi prendre en considération les délais de sécurité qu'on met généralement dans les configurations générales d'inventaire?
Okay, so in the product page, you have delays you can specify for the reception. So no, I'm not using it right now. And there are also safety delays. The module as is don't use them, but I'm planning maybe integrating them to the module.
And in the route, you can set multiple values for the lead times. Yeah, for the lead days, you can set multiple values. Why exactly? And
yeah. Okay. So, for instance, in that case, when you order on Monday, the supplier is able to deliver it. I don't know which day of the week it is, but you can select which day you want to receive the goods. Since the day we receive it, it's so tied to the expiration date, and the expiration date is so short. We can choose which day exactly we want.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
yes for you.
So just so, before we get started, so everyone's really clear, if you want to ask a question, I'll bring the microphone to you. It doesn't make noise there. It makes noise on the live stream. So you still got to say your question loud enough that the speaker can hear, and it is working, it's just going out over the airwaves. Got a few minutes. You guys ever noticed that you never get any messages on your birthday from your mates? And then your football team loses and the inbox starts filling up and buzzing non-stop.
Okay.
You ready?
It's okay.
All right, so my pleasure to introduce Laurent Mignon from Exxon, one of our major sponsors today, and he's going to talk about a case study in taking a bunch of custom code and converting it to the OCA. So welcome, Laurent.
Thanks. Yes, so I'm here to take you through a case study on replacing custom code with OCA add-ons in the logistics sector. So I work at Axon for over 20 years as a software engineer and technical lead. And I've been deeply involved in all this period in designing, implementing, and optimizing solutions that drive efficiency to our clients. Today I'll share how we applied this expertise to Medipost, a logistic company based in Liège, just next to the building here. So this company, Medipost, is a Belgian company founded in 1986. It specializes in the retail of medical supplies and orthopedic supplies. Medipost offers a wide range of products for both professionals and private individuals, including medical equipment, mobility aids, bandages, and home care solutions. Additionally, the company provides clinical nutrition service through its Nutristoma division, which focuses on home care for patients with stomas. Medipost operates a physical store alongside a webshop store. And in addition to selling equipment, the company also runs a pharmacy and offers advice, expert advice. So from a technical standpoint, Medipost uses a combination of systems to support its operation. At the core of the logistic and physical store management, you will find Odoo in version 12. And for the online sales, Medipost operates a Magento-based webshop. That means that Odoo is used for all the back office management, from the logistic operation to the accounting and invoicing process and so on. In addition to Odoo and Magento, Medipost also uses a specialized application called Box. It's a Belgian application required by the Belgian government, and it's used to manage patient care and for those receiving a nutritional product, especially through the Nutristoma division. You have to know that Magento is tightly integrated with Odoo. That means there is no logic in Magento except the one for selling products. And once an order is confirmed, the order is directly created into Odoo, and synchronization mechanism is put in place between the two systems to ensure consistency into the data where Odoo is the master for the data management. So the challenges. So over the years, despite significant investment, a seamless path to fully achieving Medipost's primary objective has not been yet found. The existing system had been adapted to meet immediate needs, but lacked the robust foundation required to support future growth and operational efficiency. As Medipost business evolved, several challenges emerged that needed to be addressed in order to build a more scalable and sustainable solution. For example, managing law information was very restrictive and cumbersome due to the lack of user-friendly tools provided by Odoo for managed law. It was, for example, very difficult to replace the law when you do the picking operation. Once the reservation is done, Odoo has reserved the right law, but if you don't have the law in front of you, you have to search for the law. It's very difficult, at least for the operator, to change the law in an efficient way. That's a very common problem in the operation for Medipost in version 12. The system does not offer adequate support for managing packaging, which is very important on the logistic operation for Medipost because products are sold into different packages. That means we can sold empty only one item, a box of items, or a pallet of items. That depends of the purchaser. And Medipost physical store were not able to take advantage of the post. That means even if Medipost wants to use the point of sales, in version 12, they never started the post because there are always a timeout when they try to use the point of sales with Odoo. So, and one of the difficulties is that with the multiple stock location and the complex inventory needs, accurately managing stock movements and maintaining real-time inventory visibility became very difficult, affecting the company's ability to streamline logistics and restocking process. So the challenge pointed to the need for migration. First, because we are in version 12, this version has, all the development has been made by a previous partner, so we just started to work with Medipost a few months ago to try to improve their system. And importantly, our goal was not to find a solution that is to find solutions that will not break the Odoo standard, because today a lot of standard functionality provided by Odoo are broke by customization. And we also aim to reduce the amount of custom code wherever possible in favor of using OCA add-ons, ensuring that the system will be more maintainable and easier to scale moving forward. So today the situation are this. That means that we have 5 functionalities covered by Odoo standard features, but maybe about half of the functionalities are implemented through custom code. The gap analysis served as the foundation of our methodology. It evolved through examination of a Medipost existing system and processes to identify area of improvement. So this analysis was not just a one-type assessment. It was an ongoing process that included engaging with users and stakeholders through. As part of the gap analysis, we conducted workshops aimed to addressing specific objectives. We engaged with key users to capture their needs and pain points. These insights were critical in ensuring that any proposed solution will truly meet the demand of the business. We encourage the participants to rethink their existing workflow and practices by questioning the status quo. We opened the door to innovative solutions that could enhance efficiency and effectiveness. Based on our understanding, we presented alternatives that align with the Odoo standard functionality and utilize the dedicated OCA add-ons. This approach aimed to reduce the reliance on custom code and enhance system maintainability. To solidify our proposals, we provided demonstration and illustrated success story from similar businesses that have successfully implemented Odoo. This real-world example helped it visualize a potential improvement and build confidence on the proposed solutions. We finally explained the return on investment of using OCA add-ons in comparison to custom code. We highlight that how adopting OCA solutions would not only reduce implementation and maintenance cost, but also position Medipost for long-term success with Odoo ecosystem. That means that we break the de facto vendor locking because we use code shared by a more larger community. So I will present some practical examples based on specific needs expressed by Medipost, organized by functional key area. So we have general, purchase, inventory, and sale, and so on. So this list is not exhaustive, and my aim is not to promote OCA modules over others. Instead, I just want to illustrate how OCA modules can provide effective solutions to meet the company's requirement in each functional area. So this example will demonstrate how leveraging OCA capabilities can help our customer address their challenges and improve their operations. About the product price, to set the selling price on product, Medipost applies a markup on the purchase price. This markup is always the same for one supplier. Also, this approach seems very common, and it's not very easy to implement into Odoo. At least it requires a lot of operation. You have to, for each product, to create one line by price list to define the final price for this supplier. The OCA add-on product price category models lets you define price categories. Each product can be associated with a price category, and each price list can define a global rule per category. So instead of having one line by product by supplier, by price list, you have one line by category, by price list, by supplier. One dimensionless, and a lot of maintenance cost. Oh my. Still on the subject of product pricing, unlike Odoo, the price of variant does not depend on the cost of specific attributes, nor on the cost of the template. This price is fixed and different for each variant. The OCA module's product variant sale price is specially designed to provide this functionality. And along the same line, some products sold by Medipost are highly customizable. For example, wheelchairs for people with reduced mobility. In most cases, the variant will only be sold once. At the same time, it's very common for the options selected to change during the quotation phase. Today, Medipost uses a generic product whose description and price is modified in the quotation to cover these needs. The limitation of this approach are that it is not possible to properly monitor the margin or to follow the traceability of their product. Another approach would have been to create a variant at the quotation time. However, this change made during the quotation phase makes this no. So the change made during the quotation phase, for example, I want to add this attribute and remove this other one because the first one is too expensive or it's not appropriate to my pathology, and so on. But every time you change an attribute, if the variant doesn't exist, you have to create the variant. And the previous created variant has to be removed because they will be never used. So to solve this problem, we propose to use the cell variant configurator module that provide more flexible solution. So how it works? It allows you to select the deserved model and to select attributes that you want to solve for your product. And only once you confirm your order, the variant is created, not before the confirmation of your quotation. Alors, on the purchase area, some suppliers impose a minimum order value in their purchasing conditions. It's therefore important to be able to prevent orders that do not meet this criterion from being placed, while at the same time, you must provide an escape route for exceptional case. This is exactly the need covered by the purchase minimum amount, which allow you to define the minimum on the supplier form, the minimum price for the supplier, and to block orders that do not meet this criterion. And if you have the right permission, you can bypass this restriction. Logistics is undoubtedly the area in which the expectation and needs are the most numerous. It's the heart of the company. The diversity of products, the number of references in stock, and the need to offer fast and affordable service all place severe constraints on stock management process. So the use of a robust mobile application enabling guided and controlled work in the warehouse is a must. And ShopFloor is a perfect solution, providing work scenario tailored to specific needs and with advanced features to make it easier, for example, to change law when picking orders. With the multiplication of products and stock locations, one of the main challenges is to manage some. How best to organize stock location according to the product storage constraints, the location characteristics, and the product use. Sizing, packaging, type, and number of sales are all factors to be taken into account when we determine the best place to store a product. If we add to this the fact that some of these parameters are volatile over the time, the number of sales will vary depending on the season for specific products, It's easy to imagine that some assistance is needed to define the best location. In this area, OCA offers a robust stack of modules covering the different part of this requirement. You have the stock location type, stock storage type, that allows you to define advanced put away rules according to product and stock characteristics, and also the ABC classification. You have the product ABC classification, sales stock, and stock average sales that will compute for you the ABC classification on the basis of the sales averages. And in the same vein, Medipost would like to improve its location restocking rule, not based on a static min-max rule, but according to the actual product consumption and the number of days covered by stock in a given location. That's exactly one of the usage of the stock location or the prompt add-ons. So when drawing up quotations, Medipost is regularly confronted to two particular needs: the ability to recompute the price of the quotation, and the ability to view all the price of a product defined in different price lists. The first of these often arise from the need to update a quotation that has been in progress for some time, so that the consumer can take advantage of new promotion available at the time of confirmation, or not take advantage of a past promotion that also arises. The second case is particularly useful during commercial negotiation between the customer and the company sales representative to validate that the price negotiated remains in line with the company's commercial practices. Each business case is covered by OCA add-ons. The sale order price recalculation add a button on the sale order to launch the recompute of all the lines. And the module's product price list simulation allows you to open a wizard with all the sale price defined for product computed for all the rule into the different price list. So for the point of sales, Medipost has a high expectation of using the point of sales to manage its physical store, while technical limitation and some less mature module in Odoo version 12 may partially explain its impracticability today. This is an area in which Odoo has also evolved considerably since then. So we have no doubt that it will be able to meet the needs expressed by Medipost today during the workshops. And once again, we will use some additional OCA modules to complete the approach, and for example, to facilitate the sale of products in different packaging, or to be able to get access to the information of the stock levels into the different warehouses. We have the warehouse for the physical store, and we have the general warehouse. And if a client comes to a seller and asks why a product is no more available into the physical store, he can easily consult the product into the point of sales and see the stock into the other warehouse to propose to the customer to purchase the product from the other warehouse. So I could go on with dozens of examples with this particular product. At this stage, what's important? Oh, no more. Okay. I have a black screen. Okay. So at this stage, what's important is to show you the result of this approach. where previously almost 50% of Medipost needs were covered by custom code and 30% by standard code. Today, specific code represents only 15%, while Odoo with OCA covers more than 66% of requirements. In fact, these figures go much further, as they do not take into account all the basic Odoo functionalities that were not explicitly mentioned into the analysis. So to conclude, I just want to highlight the key factors that contributed to the success of this approach. First, that's the Odoo evolutions. Year after year, Odoo continues to evolve, gaining maturity and expanding its functional scope. Importantly, it's designed to be naturally and openly extended by external add-ons, making it a highly adaptable platform for our customers' growing needs. With such a vast variety of OCA add-ons available, it can be challenging to know all the options, and this is where the strength of my colleagues and the wider community come in. By tapping into the collective knowledge and experience, we were able to identify the right module to meet specific needs. The OCA community is an invaluable resource for this. Once we identify potential OCA modules to address a need, our community run-boat infrastructure is a game changer. It allows us to easily test candidate modules without the need to set up complex environment on your machine. This rapid testing capability saves time and enables us to quickly validate solutions. Beyond testing internally, Runboat also makes it possible to showcase the functionality to the customer. We can demonstrate how the proposed modules meet their needs and gather feedback immediately. This is essential for ensuring that the proposed functional approach aligns with the expectation and requirements, allowing us to validate the solution in real time. The OCA models are well designed to support long-term success. The modules are built to be flexible and adaptable to different use cases, making some highly reusable across projects. The iterative approach in the development process, driven by the community and through continuous improvement based on real-world feedback. While designed to be generic, the modules strike the balance by offering features that can be adapted to specific needs. And with the community's backing on continuous contributions, OCA modules are structured to evolve and stay relevant over time. A particular strength of the OCA ecosystem, in my opinion, and for this project, are the WMS add-ons, which have reached a high level of maturity. These modules offer a comprehensive vertical approach to logistic and warehouse management. And this is mainly due to the coordination of their development by Jacques-Étienne Baudou, mainly, and the contribution of various developers and partners involved into multiple projects with different customers in different countries. And these modules are not only well designed, but also highly coherent and consistent across different use cases. So this level of coordination considerably enhances the relevance and functionality of the WMS modules, making them a powerful tool for companies like Medipost. That's it. Thanks to the sponsor. Sorry. 5 minutes. No question, please. I hate that. Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. How do you, at Axon, translate the increase in maintainability of using OCA rather than custom codes in terms of money? Like, do you how do you decrease the maintenance cost? Do you use a formula based on the nature of the modules or the number of code lines of lines of code? Or
that's a good question, because we are thinking about how can we define this maintenance cost, how can we, for example, sell a maintenance contract. What we observed today is when we have to draw our quotation for migration, we applied a factor for the OCA modules that is less than for custom code add-ons. That means, for example, I don't no more remember the factor that we apply for each case, but for the OCA add-ons, it's for example the quarter of the custom code when migrate for the migration of the modules. The best return on investment for the customer is also the maintainability of the modules that we provide, because as previously said, the module is designed for a wider range of use cases, and with the return of more use case of more use case than the one he think about. And that's also a game changer for the customer, because when he adopts this module, he's sure that this use case is not only its proper use case, but it's also a common use case, and the solution is the right one. But yes, we are thinking about how we can resell a maintenance contract for this kind of add-ons.
Hello, thanks for your talk. In this specific use case, did you keep the Magento connector, or did you switch to the Odoo e-commerce module? The Magento connector.
Magento connector?
Magento, yeah.
Yeah, the Magento. The Magento connector is the custom add-ons into the project. We plan to keep it as is, because it's a lot of work to rebuild and to redevelop this one based on the OCA version, because in version 60 this module doesn't exist, for example, and also in the current implementation we have some specific functionality designed and developed, because on the Magento side there are specific services developed to support this functionality. So it will be very difficult and cost-consuming to migrate to the OCA version of the Magento connector. We also use they are also using the Magento 2 platform, not the Magento 1. And but maybe in the future we will switch to another web store. But today the objective is to improve the operational operation. Not to replace the website. The website works fine, and he just creates sale order into Odoo, and it's not the pain point today. The Magento is not the pain point, so we will keep Magento and the current modules.
Okay, last question, anyone?
No.
Why did you choose shop floor versus the barcode in standard?
Because the scenario comes with more advanced features. For example, how can you safely choose another log when you do a picking? You have also more specialized scenario according to your use case. Picking wave or cluster picking, single product transfer, or location content transfer. That means that you have a lot more specialized scenario, and therefore you are so more guided into the way you can do the work. There are no escape paths that is not defined by the scenario. It's not the case with Odoo.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you too. Ça, c'est fait.
It's over on that seat over there. You will. All right, well, hello everyone. My name's Graham Ulatley, and in English we have a couple of words to describe what happened to me yesterday. The polite one is omnishambles. So I lost everything. So this presentation is not the presentation I was going to give, but it's the presentation that you're going to get. So we're going to go along and we're going to see what we can do. So, so the talk's about utilising domain-driven design concepts within the OCA. And I suppose the first question to ask is kind of how did we get here and what is this talk about? And so probably about a year ago, in actual fact, September last year, I was struggling. Productivity on my team was a bit low. We're doing all the right things. We're running Agile. Anybody here run Agile? No, right? Agile sucks, right? And you learn that the hard way, right? And the reason that Agile is difficult, and the reason that a lot of these things are difficult is that when we pass off requirements to our developers, is that we're typically asking to do a lot of the design work themselves within it. And so I was going, well, how do I get this back? How do I get domain knowledge into my team? How do I do these things? And surfing the internet, I discovered a blog article by a guy called Adam Dimitriuk on a way of designing information systems using event modeling. And just so you guys are aware, my classical training is information systems. I later became a chartered accountant and did a master's in business. So I'm not a developer, although I've had to learn to become one over the years. And this really sat down for me. It was talking about how we model information systems in a way that engages the greatest audience possible. And we'll go through an example soon. I've picked a module out of the OCA on how to do that. And of course, I started pulling on the strings and discovered that that was based on another methodology called event storming by Alberto Brandolini. Has anybody heard of that? And then I kind of got pulled down the whole Martin Fowler, Eric Evans route of domain-driven design and found some really, really useful concepts in there. And so you kind of go, look, this is great, but I've got all this existing code and I've still got this problem that how do I get these
concepts into my development teams, and also into my, I know we like to use the word functional here, but my domain expert teams. And realistically, the idea that really started to take hold was baking some of these concepts into our code just through refactoring the existing code to make it more readable, better documented, and easier to understand by a wider audience. So so really that's what this talk is about, and we're going to go through and we're going to talk about it. So first of all, we'll talk about event modeling. Now, when I presented event modeling to my team, they were, within about 30 seconds, they're like, okay, Graham, we got it, move on to the next thing. So it's a really, really simple way with which to map out things. So I'll just zoom this in a bit so that we can start to see across. So, wrong way. So really what we're talking about is that when we're talking to, come on, Control-Shift plus. When we're talking about our systems, and when we're talking to our customers about what their requirements are, or in this case here, when we're using event modeling to effectively retrospectively design our systems and ask what they're about, is that we have some key concepts, right? So we've got a user interface where the user issues a command, an event takes place in the system, right? And those systems are something called bounded context, which I'll talk about in a minute. That will return a view to the client, which is the user interface, right? And then we have some given when then things to describe state. And so what we've done here is we've taken, I selected this at random, this module out of the OCA. So this is a module out of sale workflow called sale manual delivery. Sorry, I'm struggling to move my screens about here. Let's just use the hand tool and hope that it works. And so sale manual delivery, if we look at it, is fundamentally, it's a module that allows you to defer the procurement of the products to a future date. So you've got a sale that needs to go on for a long period of time, and you want to deliver products at different times across it. So that's what the module does. And this is the event module model that I quickly drew up on my brand new German installation of Kubuntu this morning. To describe it. And so in this particular case, because I'm doing it retroactively, I've taken actual screenshots out of the module. If you're doing new stuff, typically you would just put up wireframes, right? And the idea is that we can communicate between development teams, domain teams, and end users in a very simple way, almost like telling a story. And so while this is the finished product, well, it's not quite the finished product because there's some stuff to go on there, is that there is a process that goes on and that we identify events. So if we start with the events, we create a sales team, or we update a sales team to say that this sales team has a manual delivery, right? And then at some point the sale is confirmed. If it's not a manual delivery sale, it will run the procurement engine. Now, a procurement engine, the way it's displayed there, is really just an automation. Now, of course, procurement engine's actually inside of Odoo, but in terms of the context that we're talking about, which is the ability to procure it, to us it's just a domain service. We don't really care what goes on in the procurement engine for our module, right? It just happens. And then later we'll create a manual delivery, and all of this is happening in our sales bounded context or our sales subsystem. And when we're talking about this idea of bounded context, so a bounded context, what we're really saying is that within domain-driven design, one of the key concepts is ubiquitous language. So in a way, these bounded contexts really define where our language changes, right? So for example, if you work in the returns department, right, DOA means something very, very different to if you work in finance, right? And if you work in a hospital, it means something completely different entirely, right? So we have this ubiquitous language, and the idea is that through development, through design, through communication with our end users within that bounded context, is that we all use the same language and we understand the same meaning for those words. So an order line in the sales context means something different to an order line in the purchase context, for example. So if I'll just get rid of this library here because we don't need it. And so then finally we confirm our manual delivery, and at the end we get some pickings created out of our procurement engine. And so if we read across the blue lines like a timeline, everything that happens above the line is someone or something interacting with the system. So it might be a sales user, it might be a sales manager, it might be some kind of automation, it might be a third-party API, it could be a whole bunch of different things, right? And the reason that we apply the same rules in this event modeling concept to this is that if we take, for example, this order lines to procure non-manual, or even these, I've made a mistake there, but order lines to procure manual, is that we could do it. The idea is that these automations are really just taking over from a human, and that we're just providing a view to that automation, it's providing a command back, and it's updating the state within our system. Okay. So at a high level, that's what we're going to go through today, is that using this, I suppose, retrospectively created version of sale manual delivery, we're going to look at how that affects our code. Just before I do that, one of the really useful things about this model is that, of course, it just presents a bunch of stories and events across time. So we've got the user actions there in blue, create delivery, manual delivery created. Our events are always in the past tense because they're events, they've happened in the past. And then green is the view that we're returning back to the next thing. So it's very, very simple. And as I say, my guys got it in about 30 seconds and away they went. And what this does is it does two things for us if we define. One is it tells our developers the limits of what they're meant to be doing, yeah, and where their concerns lie. The second thing it does is that it communicates really well to end users, and particularly to people who've got to develop training, right? It becomes very easy to do training videos or trainings when you've just got to walk along a timeline of a story. All right, so let's just have a look at this code. As I say, this is not quite the way I intended to do this, but we will give it a go. And there's some other concepts that we'll work through as we go. So this is the sale manual delivery model. As I say, I honestly picked this at random. I did not know that Joel was the author, but we're going to pick it apart anyway. So one of the first concepts I really want to talk about, it kind of sits outside this, but when we're looking to refactor and change our code to do this, there's sort of three really deeply related concepts that matter, right? The first one is tell, don't ask. Yeah, so that there means that we see this a lot, both, not so much actually, Odoo's pretty good at this, but within the OCA we see this a lot, right? Is that we have a function, it gets some data, we ask it for some data, we do some stuff with that data, and then we do something back with it, right? That's asking, right? We ask, we do some stuff, we send it back. The second related concept, and this relates to maintainability, it relates to readability, and it relates to engaging your domain experts with your code and really helping reviewers, is this concept of coupling versus cohesion. And so coupling is really talking about, you know, how tight does one model or one module relate to, you know, so how tightly coupled is sale order to sale order line, to stock moves, to products, to all sorts of things. And then cohesion is something slightly different. So we don't want highly coupled code, because that's where our bugs come in, that's where things get hard to develop, that's where things get complex, right? We want our code to be loosely coupled. Cohesion's the opposite. So cohesion is how tightly bound is our code within a given model, so sale order line, for example. And so the idea being here is that if something changes within sale order line, right, I don't need to go looking in sale order, I don't need to go looking in stock moves, I don't need to go looking in procurement, I don't need to go looking in products, yeah, when I'm trying to do migrations and change code, because all the behavior that's relevant to my sale order line is contained within the class. So we'll give you a quick example here of something that is bad or non-domain driven. I might just zoom this up a bit. So it's okay if you don't know code, because we're going to make this really, really simple and show you that it's not that hard. That said, sometimes people ask me how I learned Odoo, given the fact that I didn't come from a development background at all. I printed out the source code and read it, and I think it's always very useful for domain experts to at least be able to read code and understand it. So what we're looking at here is a classic example of asking instead of being told. Yeah. You can imagine a reviewer looking at that particular line and going, looks right. But it also brings another concept in, which is this concept of vague intentions, right? You don't really know what that's doing or why it's doing it. So we can see here that we're looking at our order lines, we're then looking at the product, we're asking it some questions about the quantity to procure, and then we've got this move ID stuff. We don't really know why, and then we're going to set a field called has pending delivery. Now, if you've read a lot of code, right, are there any developers in the room? Right, you probably know what's going on there, right, and what's happening at a rough level, but it's not particularly clear, right? For a domain person, they have no idea, right? And so this is the first thing that we should really, really try and get out of our code. So how might we rewrite this in order for it to be, first of all, tell, don't ask, second of all, more cohesive, and third of all, make its intent clear. And what we'll do is we'll just have a look at how we've adjusted that code. So there's a bunch of commits here. This here actually changes over time, but the key thing here is that instead of all of that code up there where we don't really know what's going on, we just say, ask the order line and it will tell me if the delivery is pending or not, right? So it becomes really, really simple. And what we do is we massively reduce our coupling, right? So all of a sudden, instead of sale order now being tied to the sale order line, it's quantity procure, it's being tied to stock moves, it's being tied to products. We don't care, right? If Odoo changes something to do with sale order lines or something has to happen in migration, it's all nicely and neatly kept within there, right? And so we've moved all that code down to there. Now this is the first run. We've taken it all through, but as you'll see as we go through, this will change a bit more. We'll just run through the next commit. Now this is on change considered harmful, right? Do not use on changes if you possibly can. And I'll tell you why, like, it's one of the best things that Fabian did, and he led that development, right, was getting rid of on changes for computed fields. Now, the reason for that is that we have this idea of, we want to have an imperative shell and a functional core, right? So we'll have some functions that are imperative, action do this, button do that, right? And then we want to effectively move all the business logic out of that into a functional core, such that our business logic is not dependent on whether we are accessing it from the web client, whether we're accessing it from shell, whether we're accessing it from some third-party system, and also whether we're writing to a database, whether we're writing to storage, and we've started to see some of this come into sort of the storage repos where really we're just plugging in persistence layers in different ways, right? So on change, the problem with on change is that it only works in the user interface, right? So we should always be using computes, and that's kind of a minor point that we need to be really, really careful in our code that we're not tying ourselves to a particular user interface. There's a little bit more of an insidious example in this repo of where we've tied ourselves to a user interface. Constraints of validation errors, that there doesn't really matter. Okay. The other thing that's happened here in this code, so when I dug into it, has pending delivery was used in a single place, right? Its sole purpose is whether or not to show a button can create pending delivery, right? So we should be clear in our naming of things and make it clear to people. And that is really all there is to it, right? The other thing as well is that everybody uses this for rec and self pattern, yeah? What we really should be trying to do here is try and use the words that we'd use within our domain context. So instead of for rec and self, for sale and self. And the other thing that we've done here is that within the user interface, rather than have all that complex stuff, just say, look, just ask the sales order, can we create a manual delivery? If we can, show the button. Don't add all these other extra things and business logic into our UI if we can help it. Now, I want to get on to the big stuff, and we're... Is this the one? All right, so this is imperative shell functional core. So just going to have a little look at how this module works, and it's going to explain why our event model was really, really important in the first place. So what we have here at Sale Order Line, anybody who's familiar with Odoo from, I suppose, a sales stock perspective will know that when they confirm a sales order, we launch our procurement engine and it does it, right? And we got that from the rules. So we have a look here, and we see that down the bottom here, we've got our imperative action launch stock rule, the standard one that we use. And we see we filter out the lines and we send those. And then up here, we have a new method called action launch stock rule manual, which repeats what action launch stock rule does, but for manual delivery lines. This is a big problem, right? It's a big problem for two reasons. The first one is that if we talk about our original module design, what were we trying to do? Effectively, emulate the behavior of the sales order at a date in the future, all right? So therefore, we should be able to use the same function, right? We don't want to start inventing things. The second problem that this creates is that you create hidden bugs and hidden dependencies within your code. So what happens if we have another module that overrides action launch stock rule? All of a sudden, that doesn't work. So we've got to be really, really careful about this. And so if we have a look at where we end up with, right? So the other problem with this, sorry, is that it's an imperative shell, obviously, but it's got the business logic contained within it, right? And so we don't want to do that. We want to we want the imperative, the action launch stock rule to run, but we just want to take the view of what we want it to run. So how do we do that? I might do it on this one here, just with the completed one. So sale order line. Action launch stock rule manual just goes. Yeah, we don't need it, right? We've looked back at our event model and we've said it's just doing the same thing as a sale order does at confirmation. We don't need a second function in order to do this, right? All we're going to do is say, if these conditions are met, launch, and away we go. And that all works. There is a little bit of stuff we need to do in order to make things work, but fundamentally that's it, right? Much cleaner, much easier to read, you know, I don't know, 30 or 40 lines gone. And we also see this again over here, where, by the way, I honestly picked this at random, right? So if we have a look here, we've got this search picking for assignation. And this should be a red flag as well, right? Because original domain used in Super, well, why don't you just get the domain from Super in the first place, right? Why do we need to repeat all of this in order to add this in? The other thing as well is that search is an imperative word. So this is, again, we're putting our business logic into a function which is imperative. So we should really just say, let's just pull this out and do it that way. And so how does this look if we do it with a imperative shell? And by the way, a big part of this is to make your code easier to read so that domain experts can understand it, right? So we replace search picking for assignation with an override of search picking for assignation domain, and we just add our fields that we need to do to it. That's all there is to it. And so all of a sudden, all of our supers still work, all of our code still works, and we avoid some pretty nasty bugs in there. So we'll just cover off one final point because we're running out of time, and then I'll just let it go to questions so that we can talk through it, yeah? And it is a little bit of, I'll just pull it off here. And that is in our wizard. So within our wizard, we've got a default get. That's all great. We'll talk about that possibly in a minute. Domains, particularly domains here. So there's two things, right? And this is a little bit harder to spot, and it's something we're really, really aware of, is that is a user interface constraint. Yeah, and so again, we're binding our business logic to the interface that the user uses to access the system. So we can't really fix that. That's the way that Odoo works, right? There are some things that we can do. But the second problem here, and it comes back to this bounded context, what was the job of our module in the first place? Yeah? It was to emulate the sales order, right? And defer the procurement. Now, all of a sudden, we're making decisions within development about what should be a valid domain here for a shipping address, when we should just be asking that from the sales order. And so, while I can't solve the first problem, the second problem is a little bit easier to solve, right? In that all we do is we just say, and we should be doing this a lot, it's not going to load. So all we do is we say, forget the domain, just look it up from the sale order line and use that domain, right? Now all of a sudden, it's that the code works as expected, right? The user's not able to select one shipping address on a sales order, but not able to select it on a deferred order or vice versa. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to wrap it up there. There's plenty more that we could go through around helpers, value objects, service domains, and these sorts of things. But I really just wanted to give this talk today to serve as an introduction that, look, there is a different way. It's certainly, you know, our bug solving time since we've been implementing this within my organization has dropped from, well, the latest numbers is our average bug solved in about 19 minutes. And that's from reporting, right? Because you just, once you've got a real simple way of defining, this is what my is, you know, I've got my command, change my subsystem, update my view, got a nice easy slice. When you've got bugs, you know exactly where they are, right? It takes seconds. So I've probably got time for about one, maybe two questions. So if anyone's got a question, I won't be running the mic around for this one.
Well, did you honestly pick this one just at random? Because it's such an evocative example.
So honestly, you'll find this throughout the OCA. So truth be told, the first module I picked was agreement rebate, because I hate that module for a lot of reasons. Yes. Yeah, right? Right, and so and it's because of bounded context things, right? Is that agreement rebate confuses itself with being an agreement or with being, you know, which fundamentally everything's an agreement, right? Sales orders, agreement, purchase order, right? And so that's what I was originally going to do this on, and then I realized I only had 30 minutes. Right, and so I went, well, what can I do? So I literally went to the repo, looked down, so that's an interesting module, I haven't heard of that before, let's run with that. It's nice and short, nice and simple to explain. Then as we got through it, there was quite a lot to talk about in there. I was really surprised. All right, one last question, then we can all have lunch. All right, well, if there's no more questions, I will just finish on one thing that's not in here. And there's this concept of value objects within domain-driven design, because that's where things get interesting. And I think as a community, there are some certain things that we can do around it. So a value, effectively, right, you've got fields.char, right? Now, fields.char will hold email addresses, it will hold URLs, it will hold a whole bunch of different things, yeah, right? And then within our code, we'll be saying, is this a valid email address, right? We're calling all these helpers to check and utils. Whenever you see helper classes, that's kind of telling you that something's not quite right from a domain design perspective, right? So in the future, I'd love to see things like fields.email, yeah? And fields.email has got all the built-in checking and everything that we need to do to make sure it's valid. We don't need to remember to check in every part of the code. We don't need to do a whole bunch of things, right? And so this idea of value objects for the future is something that I'm really, really keen to explore. Otherwise, thank you everybody for your time. I hope you found this valuable, and I hope we all have a good lunch as well. And by the way, the code for this, if anyone wants to see the process, how it changed, everything else, is up on my personal repo on GitHub under sale workflow.
Okay.
There we go.
It's okay.
No, yes, thanks, Kenny. Okay,
Recover the schedule.
Oh, we have to.
You recovered. Yeah, we have a.
Yes, because we are recording it.
If I speak, I have to take the mic. Okay. Yeah. I will make sure that the microphone is well placed when you speak. Okay. All right. Can we start? Yes. Welcome you all to this year's OCA Days in Liège. It's a pleasure for me to introduce you all to the 2024 General Assembly preparation talk on behalf of the entire OCA board. So I'll briefly take you through the agenda for this talk today. First of all, it's going to be my pleasure as the appointed treasurer of the OCA to show you the figures for the previous year, because that is a prerequisite for you to vote on what we've done and all the potential future of the OCA. Then I think who's going to present the 2024 news? It's not me, it's the president, of course. It's the president presenting, and then we're gonna go through the association governance all the way from becoming a delegate through the 2024 General Assembly elections, and take you through the schedule. All right. So first of all, we put together for you the involvement of the number of members and the companies represented in the OCA. And you can see that it is quite a steady involvement from 2014, the 10 years until now. We pretty much have a continuing increase, which is good, but we have further plans, I would say, right? I mean, it's mostly linear, is it? And we need probably a little bit to speed up that number of members. Yeah, exactly. So this is the number of sponsors and the total amount and average amount of sponsorship. And you see that is a lot more volatile. Yeah, I mean, explaining that figures is a little bit hard, and it used to be a little bit hard for me as a treasurer to kind of predict how many sponsors we would have a year. And of course, as you can imagine, planning ahead the financial year of an association without knowing how many customers you have, and basically also sponsors are somewhat customers that put money into the basket, is a little bit hard. So it was maybe also in my German nature as a treasurer to make it a little bit conservative, so the budgeting, because of that volatility, and of course to render the association more sustainable, we probably need to change that in favor of a more predictable schedule in the future. This is the OCA profit and loss all the way from 2014 to 2023. Of course, this cannot be put here on the figures for the actual year because it's not finished. But as you can see, we'll try to operate in a good manner, not to lose too much and not to gain too much, because that is the nature of an association, to be somewhat predictably, even though that sponsorship is not predictable. And so you can see that in the early years of the OCA, we made a surplus every year. Then it was a time when I took over the responsibility in 2018. We did a big loss, and then we had to recover from that situation a little bit in order to be more sustainable, which we reached. So excluded last year where we did a small minus, it's continuing reserving some cash for an unpredictable future and to fund some projects that we have in mind. So for now, we're, I would say, okay situated, and we can take it from there and grow the association, but that is something that is going to be presented not by me, but by the president and other people. So This is the profit and loss in terms of revenue for 2023. As you can see, we have had total revenues of 110,193 euro the last year, which is an up from 72,498. So membership figure grows, sponsorship figure grows as well, and we started to ask contributions for the event last year, so that's why the event figure also grew from 0 to 14,100. As I said last year, such an event costs the community almost 30,000, 35,000 euros, so it's still a fraction of the cost of the event that we asked people to contribute. These are the expenses as compared from 2022 to 2023. You can see that the only thing that is more or less predictable is subcontracting services, because we know how much we subcontracted up front, so we know the pricing, and we can pretty much set also the what it will be costing. It's pretty much the same with hosting, so the hosting figure is pretty clear and pretty predictable as well. We had to increase the power of the IT, I think, in 2023, and then we, if I'm not mistaken, we reduced the amount of servers again this year, so the figure should be either being the same or going down the next year. Yeah, then you can see that fairs and events went up a little bit. That is due to inflation. Same applies to bank fees. So this is typically what we have to pay for PayPal, transactional costing, and monetary differences. Yeah, and then you can see a smaller number of merchandising. If we sell cups and T-shirts and stuff like that, that's typically in the if we buy, if we're not selling, buying merchandise stuff that we hand out in the events. Yeah, as a result, you already saw the figure on the bar chart. 2023, we made a minus of 10,000 euro, which is okay because we had some cash over from the years before. This year we were a little bit more lucky to have leftovers in the range of 40,000 euro, but we had it for good reason. And that is something that is going to be presented to you by someone else. Thank you.
So we would also like to reward in some way all the people that has been contributing these last years in the OCA. We think that this moment is the best one. Also, you know, OCA is mainly done by all the members and contributors that are working with us and creating this awesome software. And it's also needed to have some reviews. So that's why we decided to make this, this ranking of 2023 ranking of contributors and reviewers. It's already on our website, and we will promote it at some point. But here you have a small, preview of all the people that has been working this year. You can see a lot of people from Tecnativa, from Digsmith, from Cam2Cam, from FrogeFlow, Accretion, Grab, Axon. So you can see everyone. It has been a work of research, reviewing GitHub and so on. But well, this is true. It just focuses on developers. We will try to do some, review also for the functional people, because that's something that it's not shown here, and it needs to be shown at some point. But well, with that, just the start, and I hope soon we will have more info about it.
I think that deserves a clap.
think I'm gonna make it. It's okay. Hopefully you hear me. So, 2024 news. So, it was especially a start this year. I don't want to hide it to you. So, 10 years of existence of the OCA. First, it's a great celebration anniversary. And it's also suscitated a lot of questions about what I'm going to do for the next 10 years. How will we exist? What we will become in 10 years? And that has dragged a lot of discussion within the board and among the ecosystem to actually think about this. Especially since we wanted to renew our way, which we call the new OCA way. A lot of thought has been placed and a lot of energy has been brought there into some thinking, positioning and everything. As you see, the Odoo ecosystem is completely exploding around us, but as we were seeing the figures, the OCA has a quite steady growth, but more calm. So if we project this over the next 10 years, the proportion of open source way of doing things in Odoo will be lower and lower every year. And we don't want this to happen. So the question was, what are we going to do so we keep an important share and an impact in this world? And so we placed a lot of energy into thinking what it could be. The new board was elected on December 8, renewed their participation, and we welcome 2 others. We welcome Jordi, yes, only one, sorry. And so we put down some figures about our vision for the next 10 years with defined goals and programs. Just a few highlights. The 3 focus of our goals were defined to be those ones. First of all, we want that people have a choice to use and run over the long run both the community and the enterprise edition of Odoo. The second one, we need more empowering of our aligned integrators, promoting them and helping them visible on the market. And the third thing that we decided as our major goal was that we need to bring more visibility to local community that will help our integrator or line integrator to be visible on their own country. For this, we decided about 3 programs. One is this day. So the OCA Days, we think it's an important event that has the intention to grow and become even bigger over the next years. It helps spreading our ways, communicate our values, participating to interesting conferences and share efforts on common topics. We need to run the value for integrator program that we will know better later on this day, and the contributor and onboarding recognition program where we would like that our best contributors are well recognized, which we think we can much improve the situation of today. In order to make this happen, we figured out that the major blocker was time. Every board member is very busy. Most of them are actually quite busy in their own professional life. And so we decided to hire an executive director in the person of Virginie Devolf. She worked 3 days per week for us, and the mandate ends this December 24. We will discuss what's going to happen over the next years. And the expected mission, of course, was that she worked on the 3 programs we decided. I will hand over the speech to Virginie, so she will continue and present you what were the outcome of this year and also how is working the governance of the association further on for your own involvement.
Oh wow. Is it? I need an assistant. Thank you. Yes, of course. Okay, so here I will just present a few focus and priorities we've been doing for the last months. And then I will go through all the governance stuff and how you can become an active part in the governance of the association. So what I've been doing with the help of the board members and other members of the community is to have a monthly open live session for anyone who has questions. They can just come online and talk with me and other people. And it was quite successful. We have like a dozen of people each time, maybe sometimes more, sometimes less. But what is nice is that people come back. So like they want to feel the community vibe, and so they come back and they ask questions and we discuss. So it is, I would say, a success. We also are learning e-learning project with some e-learning, some track to learn the Odoo basics on our YouTube channel with e-learning, the e-learning module with OpenNet. We will have a talk tomorrow to present that. We also launched the first OCA technical training on Odoo basics, led by Daniel Reis and other delegates people. This will actually start in 2 weeks, so if you want to join, there is some more place. Then we also launched with the consultant working group a new series of the OCA grade apps and modules on the blog to showcase what are the most used modules, how you could use them. And the last really important point is that we didn't have really a budget for Open Upgrade for the last years. So we decided to budget 15K euro for a working group which is led by Sylvain Legal, who is the coordinator of the working group and who will work with the biggest, older contributors of Open Upgrade. So there is Pedro, that you all know. There is Holger, and there is also Michael from Jordi's team. And they will so work in the next weeks on the scripts to version 17 and start the 18 Open Upgrade scripts as soon as possible. And the idea is to go until the budget is finished. So let's go to the governance. So you have so on the bottom, the people who are holding the fort, holding the things, are all the contributors who are doing the code and also the documentation, contributions, and things like that. We have also a membership, so people can just pay 50 euros a year to become a member. And this is the first entry gate to the governance of the association, where you can then become a delegate. So this is what we will open in next weeks. And delegates are the people who can actually vote in the association. And among the delegates, we have the board, who are 9 people, who will manage the strategic thinking of the association and who delegates the things to do to the executive team. So this is Rebecca, General Secretary, who is also managing the event, and myself for the moment. So how to become a delegate? You just need to be a member. We open only 10 new positions a year, so that I suppose we keep control of the growing of the association. And the other delegates will accept you as a new delegate. That's the process. And then you are the voting body of the association. So that means that you can vote for the board members. You can also, you need also to approve the budget and the figures. And if we change the statuses of the association, you will have to accept them. And it's actually it's the only thing we ask the delegates once a year, but I suppose we could also ask more things from the delegates in the future, because we will need more help in the next months. So then, how to become a board member? So you must be a delegate, and there are 9 positions available among the people. So last year we had like 23 people who candidated. And so yeah, I hope we'll have some more people this year. And what is important for the community is to get some people on the board who are really representing the diversity of the community. So we have a lot of technical profiles. I would like to see more people from the consultant side, also marketing, business, and because we are wanting to leave a little bit the techie community and welcome more people. So I think the board needs to represent the diversity of the community. And so when you are on the board, you participate in the strategic OCA goals. You meet the board once a month. And we have also we need you to be available for regular working groups and actions and also availability, like weekly or even daily availability on a chat or emails, because otherwise Rebecca and myself, we cannot continue to work if we don't get feedback, of course. So the key dates, we just opened the General Assembly process today. I think we sent email about that. Yeah, okay, so all the current paid members got an email to ask them to candidate as a delegate. So you have this week and then 2 weeks after this week to candidate. Then we will announce the delegates. We will vote, and then we will announce the new delegates. And then just after that, we will have also the board members who can candidate. And then we will announce on the 2nd of December week the new board. And then it's a new whole adventure that begins. I'll do it, right? And then, so it's just because I've been told that we need to finish a talk with a call to action. So I invite you to become a member if you are not a paid member yet, to also become a delegate if you are a member. And why not become a board member or offer your time and skills? We also have working groups, so please, if you want to go to working groups, come to me, because we will need a lot of energy in the next month. And I will explain you all that at my talk at 5:30 later in the afternoon. You can also be an OCA ambassador in your country. We can organize local events in every country you are in, so we can support you for that. And also you can sponsor the OCA with your money and continue to contribute as you are doing today. That's it. Thank you. And so I think we have not much time left for questions, but because we were a little bit late. But if there are questions, I think we should accept like 5 minutes of questions. No questions? Feedback or comments? Oh yeah, if you have questions, you can come to us after this talk. If we don't have them, but I saw someone there.
What is the general strategy for the OCA overall?
Yeah, So I repeat the question for YouTube. What is the general strategy for the OCA? So I will present that at 5:30 later in this room. So I won't spoil. Other questions? No? Okay, we can talk privately if you have questions. You can always come to us. And so I will leave the room to the next talk who are here.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
You can. Yes, it is. Speaking, it's on everything. Good. So, well, hello to the Millau room. So, well, now we are going to talk about Open Upgrade, also what it is, why are we working on it, and why do we need it. This is just a small introduction to this tool, and why do we think that it is so important for the community, and why we are maintaining it actively right now. Okay, just some stuff about me. Well, I'm Enrique. I've been doing Odoo since version 10. Right now, I'm actually a vice president of the OCA, and I've been managing for like 8 years or more a big instance of Odoo at Spain. We have done 4 migrations with Open Upgrade, and we are planning to do much more. And also last year, I founded my own company, and I've done other migrations, not only on this customer, but here it is. So what is Open Upgrade? That's the first question. Well, if you check on GitHub, you will see something like, it's a set of tools to upgrade Odoo instances from one major version to another. What does it mean? That it allows us to migrate, but in a more controlled way. Why? Because in Odoo, if we are using Odoo migration tools, we need to send the database to Odoo, and then they will migrate it in some kind of magic. And we will receive a migrated version, a migrated database, and nothing else. We don't know what happened here, what did they do, if there's some data that might be changed according to our needs, and so on. We don't know. So this way, it's much more controlled because it is done inside our instance. Also, and that's something that I would like to be sure it's understood properly, it's, in my opinion, the only thing that makes Odoo Community Edition a full open source project. Odoo is promoting that Odoo is an open source project. It is true that Odoo 16 or Odoo 17 is an open source project because they have an open source license. But Odoo as a whole product is not open source. Because you cannot go from Odoo 15 to Odoo 16 to Odoo 17 and next year to Odoo 18 because there is no migration path. So this tool is providing it because it is an open source option for migration. So why are we working on it? Well, first reason, it supplies community edition instances and upgrade path. For example, if some customer, for some reason, doesn't choose Enterprise Edition, without Open Upgrade, they cannot migrate. The only option they can find is to extract all the data and try to upload that later on a newer version. It is an option, but you might lose data, you might have several issues, you don't know, maybe this field is no longer in the new version, and so on. So this gives you a full path for upgrade. Second, you don't need to send your database. And that's important, not for many companies, but there are companies that cannot send data. For example, I've worked on a hospital for 8 years. They cannot send their database. Yeah, I don't care if I don't know, obfuscate data because messages are there. And a small name might be there. And we cannot provide this information. It's a compliance problem, and we cannot allow that. So this allows us to do the migration inside. And it's more safe. Also, we are working on it because it's part of our commitment. You saw that we don't care if we are working on enterprise or community editions. But for community editions, they need this. Also, some enterprise editions might. So it is part of our spirit or commitment as OCA to invest on it. And it is really important to keep it going. So why do we need it? The first one, it's, as I said, control. Database is in your store infrastructure. We can see how the migration is going. And also, we can check the errors. If at some point an error is raised on the migration, we can go there, check what happened, and continue the migration from that point on. And this is really a useful tool, because otherwise you need to update all the database again. But you know, you maybe have 50 modules. The first 40 were OK, but you have a problem on the 41. You don't need to do all the job on the previous 40. You just need to start from the 41 and so on. And that's part of the magic of this tool that allows us to simplify our process. So for example, when I try to do a big migration with, I don't know, 500 modules or something like that, it is not a problem. I just start doing the migration, if just for check if everything will go OK on the day one, day D. I just start, and if at some point I have an issue, I just check what happened. OK, Odoo has changed this field from this to this other field. I need to do a migration script here. I will add the migration script, and it will continue as expected. And that's something that it's really great for working on it. Also for knowledge, because if we know how migrations are done, and it is not a black box, we can, make our own migration scripts for our own modules, because we know that most of the customers need specific modules. We know because at some point they ask strange things that might have sense but not inside OCA, or maybe, but you don't have the time, it comes from a previous partner, whatever, it doesn't matter. But at some point, you need a customized module. If you understand how migrations are done, you can make your own migrations when you need it. Also, it's one part of the big job on this tool is to make it fast. I've seen, and that's a real case, on the migration from 13 to 14 on one customer. When we started the migration, the first day we tried the migration and it finished from the beginning to the end, it took 14 hours. And we couldn't have so much time this database blocked. We end with 2 hours in 1 week. We just needed to improve some small stuff, check small things that can be improved. And it's really easy to do it. You just need to know how to do it. And then we have a fast migration for a big database. And we also need it because, we have an amazing team behind it. This team has been working on Up and Upgrade for more than 10 years. These people have seen major changes in Odoo and have done the scripts properly. Once, for example, on 10 to 11, when all the stock changed, on the 12 to 13, when all the accounting changed, we can find several examples of big changes that were properly managed by this team. I'm pretty confident that this migration is efficient and it's really awesome. I don't know how Odoo do their own migration. I assume that they are doing a similar job that we are doing, but our team has been doing it for a long time, and that's something I think it's important to know, and it's something that affects everything, because at the end it gives us a better product. So here a small example of the contributors. You can find them on the GitHub page. There are examples like Pedro, Sylvain, Miquel, Pilar, I don't know the name, Victor, so Stefan Reinhardt too. So there's a lot of people that has been contributing there. I would be also, for example, here, but not so many contributions like other people. I've done my small things, but not as good as some of them. But it's not just two guys random in Alaska doing this job. There are several people here working on it. So what about the future? Well, as we discussed on the General Assembly, OCA board understand that this tool is really needed for everyone. So some time ago, we invest on our migration. So for example, OCA gave some budget to some teams to make the migration. At some point, we lost that for several reasons. But, well, last year we promoted a new documentation for Open Upgrade that was done by Sylvain, just to improve the readmes on how to do migrations. Because one of the biggest problems of Open Upgrade is that you need to know a lot about Odoo to do migrations. And that's the main problem. It is not just having a contributor and you can be an Open Upgrade contributor. It's not like this. You need to know how it works, you need to understand accounting, and then you can start knowing how migration is done. And then you can try to do some migrations. It has much more a harder path than a regular contributor. But promoting the documentation is a first step to make it easier. Also, this year, as you saw, we have decided to assign some budget to it also for doing the 17 migration scripts and starting the 18. Because at the end, that's what we want. And our dream would be to get the scripts 3 months after the new release. That is probably a dream. It will not be achieved in 1 year or 2 years, but that's probably what we aim to achieve. We need to think that this is feasible and work for this. Otherwise, we will have the migration scripts 1 year after the new release is done, and it will have no sense. We need to be fast, and we need to be reliable. We are reliable right now. We need to be fast only. So how do we have it? Well, we need more members, more money, more budget. It's easy. We need more contributors because they do the work. And we need more reviews and reviewers in order to ensure the quality that we already have. But we need to keep it high. This is not like a regular OCA module that maybe a small test, or we don't need maybe a test for this stuff. No, this is a migration. This needs to be done properly and perfectly. That's why we need to ensure quality as much as possible. And also, we need to train new contributors. That's something that will make everything much more maintainable at the end. Because 40 people is a lot of people, but we need to increase with regular contributors that works and understands how OCA and Open Upgrade works. Thank you. I have not digged on the how to do it because we will do it later with another talk. So that was not the aim of this talk. I just wanted to show how it's working. I don't know if any of you have any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. I have two questions, actually. The first one is, what are the limits with, so we know that Odoo have their own migration system, and is it not a danger that we infringe their customer compliance or something with Open Upgrade? Is there a danger of that we can say to our customers that use Open Upgrade instead, and will it be a problem for Odoo in the long term? This is my first question. And the second one is, are there any tutorial video, because this is, you said that it is a process, a complicated process that we need to do it properly. And I was wondering if there was a plan to make maybe tutorial videos on YouTube, for example, in the OCA channel, so that it's easier for new contributors to have a reference, so that they can participate in it more easily. Thank you.
Okay, I will repeat your questions. The first one would be if it's an issue with Odoo, if we have enterprise. And the second one is if there are any videos about how to do it, examples, and so on. Okay, for the first one, I don't have any enterprise customers working with Open Upgrade, mainly because I don't have enterprise customers. So maybe some other people on this room can answer you. From what I've heard, it is not an issue. The problem is that Open Upgrade is not providing migration scripts for the enterprise modules. And that's a problem if you have enterprise. But we haven't done it because we don't, usually when people is paying enterprise, they don't have a problem asking enterprise and giving enterprise their database. But actually, it would be feasible to do it because Odoo made a big change on 15, I think, or 14, splitting the scripts from the code. So we don't need the enterprise code to do the migration scripts for that. So theoretically, it's feasible and shouldn't be a problem, because why do they have a problem if we do migrate? But I don't know if any one of you have done this. Simone? So with Open Upgrade?
Yeah.
Is
Same story here. I think you should mention that there's also the Open Upgrade lead. There's a piece of that tool we can reuse to do your own stuff.
So, as Simone said, there's another tool that it's the library that allows you to do some of the stuff, so you can do the migration of your own modules. But you see, also about the videos, every year our talks about Open Upgrade and how to do things. You should check if any of these videos fill your needs. Also today, Mikel, I don't know where it is right now, there at the end, will do a talk now about how to do the migration yourself. So you will see it and it will record it. Ivan, sorry.
Yeah, so I have the following question. So you mentioned that we have actually 4 limiting factors. First is money, second is people, and then
everything that follows? Yes, here. So suppose, imagine you have enough money today. So what will be the next step that you will take to improve?
In my opinion, if we had enough money, I will go to the reviewers. Because I've seen people doing migrations. I mean, we would probably need to pay for specific modules like base, sale, accounting, you know, the basic stuff. Okay, but once we have done it, the most important thing is the review. And that's probably where we lack people. Because maybe Michael is doing an amazing script on accounting, but he needs Pedro or Sylvain or whatever to review it. And the review, it's really hard. Because you don't need to think, you don't have a room boat to go there and check. You don't have this stuff. You need to check the code and see if he's doing it properly, if it's efficient, and so on. And that's the hardest part, in my opinion. But that's my opinion.
My question is a bit technical. So I think the analytic part is very important in the step of migrating. That is knowing which fields change. Do you guys did you guys thought of having a script that would assist in doing so, like comparing, let's say, one model from one version to another one, and pulling out the differences?
So, as you said, the analysis is good, but if we have thought about tools to match these changes automatically, well, in my experience, the analytic tool is great, as you said, but there is not a one-on-one match. There is not a real logic there. You need some guy going there and check, okay, just before we had a field called ref, and now we have a field called reference. We need to match that. Or this view has been deleted, and now is this one. And that's a job to do by someone there, you know. But because that's hard.
I have a question as well. I think we all know and we all agree that the problem on successfully migrating transactional data is understanding the changes in the process that boil down to changes in the models, right? In the functions and the modules. I might be wrong on that, but are there any potential ways and attempts so far to collect the knowledge that appears when anybody does that migration from one version to another, and share that in the community? Because I have the feeling that most of the people, and this is a single most disadvantage of using Open Upgrade, that everybody has to go through that cumbersome process of understanding what is changed on process level and how it boils down to module level on his or her own, without us having tools or methods to share that knowledge among the people contributing to using Open Upgrade.
Well, actually, in Open Upgrade, there are a file for each module setting all the changes. And usually, the developer that's doing the migration script is saying, this field has been changed to that one, or something like that. Because that's the main issue. The changes on the functions is not an issue for Open Upgrade. Because, you know, they are just trying to translate data from one version to another, not checking how the functions have changed. That's something that might be interesting to do, just like a migration or you know, how to, or Wikipedia or whatever. but it's not inside OpenUpgrade. Because OpenUpgrade is changing one picture to another picture. It doesn't care on how this data is moved later on or before. It just, you translate. And how do you manage it? It's problem of Odoo. And OpenUpgrade, it's probably not the tool. But it's really needed. It's true, because, maybe action post has changed, and we don't know how and what has changed and whatever. But that's something that we need to go there and review it on the code of Odoo, not on OpenUpgrade. Or we just create another option.
I'm not sure whether you got my point correctly. What I think is that we lack some exchange on what changes on the business process level invoked this change on the functional or the data level in the models. And as soon as somebody figures out what the reasoning behind that change has been, then this knowledge is not properly, at least that's my feeling, it's not properly shared among the community.
I understood your issue.
Okay.
I understood it, but that's not this.
That's not true. It's sir. Please open the OpenUpgrade analysis Word file on any module, and you will see the reasoning behind each of the decisions taken in OpenUpgrade, and you have an auto documentation of the features that provoke that database scheme change. I think it's important to say, maybe, Enrique, do you have any other microphone?
No, yes, you can have it.
Yeah, I don't want to hijack your talk, but I think there is several important things to say about the philosophy on OpenUpgrade. One of the paradigms of OpenUpgrade is to preserve at maximum data. For achieving that goal, what we do is to not delete any data that cannot be deleted. This is important, and it's something that on enterprise migration is not kept. When you receive the database, all the information is erased. So that's an important one. Another thing is to preserve at maximum the behavior you had on the previous version. So maybe there is a new feature that allows another thing, but the configuration or the data that makes the system to work as it was in the previous version is the option chosen to migrate. So some of the changes in OpenUpgrade is to preserve this behavior. Sometimes it's not possible, and this is explained on these files. Not sure if you can open one of them. Okay, yes, please go to scripts. Exactly. Go, for example, for the account one, that is usual with lots of changes. You have to take also into account that OpenUpgrade is an opinionated migration tool. What that means, that there is sometimes some choices to choose between them, and we need to choose only one. So that one is the rationale is put there, and upper. Go upper. No, the Word file, not the normal one, that one. We have an automated tool that analyzes the database schemes and dump everything on a file called upgradeanalysis.txt. We create a copy, organize and sort these changes into logical blocks, and put a comment on each of these logical blocks saying, hey, this is nothing to do because of this. It's a new shiny feature, and we don't need to do nothing apart from using it. Or it's a new feature but that overlaps with something that it was before. So we make any kind of decision, and it's put there. You can see it. There is some of them that don't require too much explanation, but if you read these files, you will find very useful information when you have an error. Because this is another thing that you can find. People think that Open Upgrade is difficult because they find errors, crashes when running migration scripts. But this crashes is because there is a data condition that led to these crashes. It's not something that Open Upgrade is not correct. Sometimes there is bugs. You know, it's a software, and all software has bugs. But the most of the problems running migration is because you have a database with incorrect data or inconsistencies. Maybe they haven't been provoked by yourself, because Odoo sometimes has put any database scheme, and then they don't provide constraints, and you have a constraint condition that is met on the next version. So this can make a database migration process to crash. So you have to remove that constraint condition and continue doing the migration. So it's a process that also serves for cleaning your database and have a good data condition scheme. So I love Open Upgrade, and I prefer it far away from enterprise migration, because what they do also when they have that crisis is to go for the easy one, that is to remove things. So we have an experience with the Open Upgrade 12th version, where we develop some tools to convert from Bootstrap 3, I think, to Bootstrap 4 classes declaration. You know, on website, you have some classes that are tied to Bootstrap, and they change that classes. Well, at the beginning, they don't have on their enterprise migration tools for doing that conversion, and they deliver you a database. It's working, but your website were totally scrambled. So we had refined more the migration that they did on that part. They have learned also, and now they have that conversion. But we try, and one of the things that Enrique has said is important. There is a lot of experienced people working here and dumping their experience on the migration script. So there is a lot of love put on these migration scripts.
Hello. I don't know if this is working. Anyway, on YouTube. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much for the talk, and thank you very much also for the clarification. First question. I thank you very much for also sharing this to us. I just wanted you to try and explain, probably just go back to that, what exactly we are seeing in regards just, what any of those few lines mean. Then the second question, I do quite a lot of upgrades as well, although not using Open Upgrade, using the black box. And I just wanted to ask if the concept again is pretty much the same. I noticed, I don't know again what the black box does, but I noticed that especially for custom code, because that is, you find that you have databases that have a lot of custom code, either from the OCA or from the App Store. What basically happens is you send it to the black box either through a script or send it to Odoo or whichever way, and the next thing that you need to do is, once that is returned and restored in the database, is just provide the latest version of the custom code. So my thinking is that it looks as though the database itself is one that actually goes through some sort of transformation. How it's done, I'm not so sure. And then, you know, the easy part is just pretty much put the latest version of the custom build. Is that the same flow of open upgrade? And yeah, I hope that makes sense.
No, they will explain it, but no, it's not the same. In Open Upgrade, you do the migration just once with all your customization code and all your OCA code directly. So the idea is you're not doing just a partial migration of the Odoo code and then you upgrade all the other code. You just migrate your code. Okay? So we will just close it here because otherwise Mikel will have no time. He's not worried about that, but we prefer to have time for him too. Okay?
Hello, I am Miquel, a maintainer of OpenUpgrade, and we will begin this workshop because they assigned it to me, to my small talk, 90 minutes. So after this small talk, if you want to do some exercise, we will spend the time learning how to do simple migrations with OpenUpgrade. This title has an error because what is easy, it's not OpenUpgrade. OpenUpgrade is a bit complex. You, in the before, they have said that you have to do some scripts and some things. But what is easy more than you think is that migrating with OpenUpgrade. That's the difference. Is use this tool. Thank you. Is use this tool to migrate, and you don't know how it works, in fact, but it's easy to make use of it. And I will explain you how to do it. First, when doing migrations, you have to do a preliminary work. This preliminary work is listing your add-ons, your branches, everything, and building your environment to migrate. This is it takes the most time doing this. Once you have this, then later you can do the migrations, and it's relatively easy to make use of OpenUpgrade. First, you need tools. For example, environmental tools, then aggregating tools, and other tools. For example, fish, that many people don't know about it, but it helps when your migration takes a lot of time and you have to do other things. Then with this tool, this migration is executed in the server in another window, and you can close your computer, and then you save that the work is done in online. These tools are the main I use, and a bit summary. Did aggregator from Axon makes listings of the add-ons and the repositories, the branches, and then it makes you aggregate all this information in one folder. Our company, ForceFlow, have developed Odoo filter add-ons that makes this process more easy, that all the add-ons get in one just folder. But just listing two files, the repos YAML and the add-ons YAML with 2 files, and with this tool, Odoo filter add-ons, all the add-ons get taken from online, and it gets downloaded in one folder. And then Dotba from Tecnativa, it's a more complex tool that have a lot of configuration, but it's for when you are an expert in migrating, it's a very nice tool to do things and manage many parameters and possibilities. For building your environment, you have to take into consideration the ports, the host, user server parameters, everything. You need to make sure everything is as expected. When you build the repos YAML, it's important to freeze the branches, just putting the commit and not a version, because it may happen that some time passes and new commits are aggregated to the branch, and then some surprises you may get. So it's better always to freeze them. Another recommendation is in add-on YAML to list all the models you will use and not list a common asterisk, because if not, if the repos has a lot of add-ons that you don't use, then you have a lot of information that it generates noisy. And then you need to check the package requirements. Finally, in this part, I will explain from my experience how I do the migrations with OpenUpgrade. I have made a summary about how to do it and easy to understand. I structured this process into several phases and steps. They are very easy to understand, don't worry. And then several tips and tricks that make the process more easy, because when you are migrating but you don't have all the models in the version you want to migrate, for example, it's a problem and you need to solve it. You want to make maybe a migration, you don't have all the models yet, but you want to test it and access to a migrated database and check, well, this is what I have, this part works, and then when you have this, then you can invest more time in migrating the models that you don't have yet. Another problem you may have is that there are some views that are linked to others because they are inherited, and maybe you have to disable them. And I will explain how to do it. And you need to consider these things, these tricks, in order to easy your process in migrating. First of all, you need to consider that migrating is iterative. It's a process where you have to do several things, and then probably you will have to do it again, because some errors will happen, and you will do reset the migration and start again. So when you are in this iterative process, you generate a lot of files, for example, logs and backups, and this has a lot of space, and then you need to delete them from time to time. That's why I put into parentheses, it's not necessary, but it's something that you need to consider. Another thing is that, well, you can restore your database, your file store from Odoo directly, but when you are in this iterative process, you will not do it this way. You will need some command in your command line in your program. You will need to execute some code in order to automatize this part. In the migration phase, normally you need to consider some things to do before and after the migration. So this is why I consider a migration phase, pre-migration phase, sorry. And for example, here we can do our model renames, for example, for custom models that are not in OCA or are only in your custom environment. So if the model have changed the name, you will put here in your local environment in this pre-migration file. You will put make use of this method to rename the model or merge them in another one. You have to delete the catch-all, for example. These are tricks that you learn when you do a lot of migrations. Then, after the pre-migration, you do the demigration. This is executing open upgrade. Maybe you may want to use Odoo Enterprise, but then after the migration with open upgrade, you have to do the post-migration tricks that I have said before. For example, you want to delete these dangling views that may cause some errors. This is a script that works fine, not until version 15. In version 16, it's not this way because they have implemented the JSON information for translations, and this has to be adapted. And then you have in a way disable the problem that you will have is you have important models, and if you put them as installed, then you solve this part, and you will be able to have a database migrated database, but although you don't have all the models migrated. And then you can deactivate some features like cron jobs, fetch mal, and like this. No? Normally these things are executed and you don't want to affect your migration, and you in the final update all step. And then this cleaning part, it's I separated from post-migration, but normally in the post-migration you are executing these queries and you have the cursor. But then the clean migration is when you have the environment and you want it to do something inside from Odoo. For example, uninstalling models, it's better to do it this way than not from query and just putting uninstall it. It's better to just using the function, the method from Odoo. And for example, for consume new chores that they have added. And then the final phase, you have always to do a backup and a copy, and it's better to rename this copy this way. If there is something wrong in this final phase, you have saved the migrated database. In this final phase, you have to do a last update of this database with Odoo, without any parameters, just an update all, and in a way to clean all the things that the migration with OpenUpgrade didn't delete. and then install maybe some new modules that you will need, and then a final phase. I put in the parentheses, but it's important. You have to check later functional testing. You have to compare data, check the flows, and review that everything is fine and nothing is left. And that's all from the Tal Park. Tal Park. And then this is the workshop. I don't know if you are interested, but I expect and I desire you participate. In this workshop part, I thought to do a simple exercise. There are three levels. There is a custom database that I did. It's simple, have the ADI OCA module installed with all its dependencies and a custom model. Then you can decide to just migrate this database to version 16 with just Odoo modules, the basic migration. But you will remember you have to, in a way, deactivate all the missing modules. The second level should be migrate everything except the custom model by learning how to aggregate and add all the branches you need to migrate all the other models. And then last exercise, it's the more difficult one, it's to migrate everything with the custom model. This implies to add some migration scripts in the custom model because there have been some changes from in this model. And that's all, okay? If I will show you this simple model that I did. It's just a basic one. Oh, sorry. You can check in this here. This is what is installed in this part, in this first comment. It's very simple. It creates a new model called ADI backend group, and that just contains a name and a many to one field in the ADI backend that links to this new model. And I can show you here. This is all the models from ADI OCA, and what this custom model is adding is this new model here. There is one record, and then there are two backends. This one it's not linked to this new model, but this one, yes, it's linked here. So in this version 16, there has been a refactor, and what we have done is that this model has been renamed to another one that is called ADI Exchange Type Group. Instead of linked to the ADI backend, is linked to ADI Exchange Type. But that's the only change. And later, after, I can show you how I did the scripts and the solution of this exercise, but but not now. Maybe later when we finish the workshop, and that's all. I am here, and if you want to participate, I can help you how to do it, and if you want to learn and you have to doubt how to do it, and that's all.
Sorry, the file behind the TinyURL is protected. It's in your Google Drive.
Yeah, the password is Odoo.
Okay, that's the first challenge, yes? So we need to guess the password.
Yeah. No. Master password, yes, it's Odoo.
Yeah, there is no room for password, it just says you need access and we have to send you an email to get the access. Google Drive does that. You have to share. Yes, you have to share the file.
Yeah, okay, sorry. It's here.
Probably have received lots of requests.
Yeah, I don't know how to do it. Here? Yes, sorry.
Tothom que digui l'enllaç.
Yes.
Pregunta. O sigui, posa els enllaços. Com baixar-se el codi d'OpenOperate. Com baixar-se... Els has d'instruir una mica, si no es perdran. La llibreria de...
Ya, bueno, por eso estoy aquí, ¿no?
Sí, pero...
Es interesante que hagas una migración completa explicando los pasos, porque ahora mismo la gente...
Ya, sí, es que yo no me esperaba.
La tienes muy lejos.
Es que yo pensaba que sería una sala donde sería más fácil para la gente con la portátil.
Tú i preparo esto, preparo la dansa.
Vés explicant, perquè si no els guies estàs molt lluny. Encara estan molt lluny.
I will show you the example how to do it. First, you have to download this database. For example, you can go to the pull request here, and you download. I have here, and then sorry, one moment.
One question, how many of you know about PyCharm? Yeah? How many of you how many of you have Odoo installed in your laptop? Yes? Okay. So we assume you are familiar on how to run Odoo in your computer?
Yeah.
Llavors, ara explica-li la launchpad, no? Que hem de canviar la launchpad i carregar la base de dades. Primer que aixequin l'Odoo i carreguin les dades. I a quina versió? S'han de baixar el codi.
If you run this sorry, one moment. One moment. What is it? No problem. Is you go here, manage databases in version 14. There is a restore database part when you can put here Odoo. Then here you can put the file of the database, and then you put a name for this database, and then click on continue, and Odoo will do the work to import this database. I will wait a bit just to everyone. If you want, you can download this database. Next, once you have imported your database, you don't need version 14 anymore because you want to migrate to new version. So you begin with version 15. Yeah, in fact, you don't need version 14 to import this database. You can do it in another version. Odoo will not be a problem for this.
You just need Postgres.
Yeah, yeah, the
to
yes,
store the database.
Exactly. You don't need Postgres. You can do the restore by command if you prefer, and then I will show you an easy way. You go here. This is, I have everything prepared just to do it fast. For example, as explained before, I do the pre-migration part. I did some changes, sorry, before. Sorry. Then you do the migration part. This will take a bit. It's very magic when you see this part and you only have to read and do nothing. You can see there are some migration scripts that are executed. It's finishing. And then you do the post part. Okay, so now I want the 16 version. So I go to the 16 version. I will do the same. Yeah, first for each module, starting from base, Odoo is executing a pre-migration script for that module. Then it loads the module with all the views and all the data, and then a post-migration script is executed. That for each module and in the order of the dependencies. The three dependencies, the tree of dependencies. It first base, after web, and later all the other models. You can see here in the last one, I can find here the custom model. There are some migration scripts here. I will explain them. First, this minute one field, it's problematic because it will point to another model, so I call the leaf constraints method from OpenUkraLib. Then I assured not links, there are no links to this table from this model. And then I execute the model rename from ADI backend group to ADI exchange type group, the table rename, and then some XML renames that are for the security access. Then there is the post-migration script that you need to do a query. There is no and this query, what it does is you have an ADI exchange type that have an ADI backend that has this backend group. Then you can link this ADI exchange type with this backend group that now is an exchange type group. And later you have to load and update data because this access, your model access records have changed their name. And now the migration has finished. You see its version, it's faster than the previous one. And this is another thing, but we, the migrators, are benefited from this. This is the post part. And then, if I go now, the 16 version with OpenUkraLib, and then I need to run first an update. You see here, we need to put update all and stop after init. This will make sure this database is synchronized with Odoo models and nothing is left dangling. And now we can enter in this new migrated database. If we want to check if everything is as expected, we can see here the new model have appeared here. It maintains the previous record. Now the name hasn't changed, of course. But now, if you go to these two exchanges, this one was linked to the first backend that didn't have the backend group. But the second one was linked to the second backend, and now we see it's linked to the new exchange type group that maintains the previous name backend group. So everything seems fine, and we can say, hey, it's correct, it's fine, and that's all. You see, we have in 5 minutes we have migrated this database. And the migration skips, if you are knowing what you are doing and you are experienced, in 5 minutes can be done perfectly. I did yesterday at night. So.
Could you let me begin to review everything?
You can do it, yes.
I want you to assist me.
Feel free.
You don't mind?
There is a question there. It's actually not really a question. It's pretty much almost just a summary of just what you've just done.
Yeah.
From what I've been following, it's as though you're running the open upgrade lib or repo or version of Odoo. You import the database.
Yes.
Run it.
Yeah.
Then, of course, put it then in the okay, there was 15 OU, which is open upgrade, then 15, then 16 OU, then 16.
Yeah.
That was the process?
Yes.
That was what I want to review for.
Yeah.
And it's important to have that exactly.
This part, Odoo migration, the migration phase, it's what you are doing for each version.
Yes.
If you want to migrate 5 versions consecutively, you have to do it for each one. And then you can go to the final phase that it's doing the update with the last version of Odoo to clean everything. If you want to migrate several versions at the same time.
I have a question. So as we are talking about pre-migration, I've noticed
This depends on each person. FirstFlow has a strategy for that, Tecnativa another. What I personally do is to run the migrated databases for a time, maybe a month, 2, and when users don't report any migration issue, then I go with the cleanup. And this module provided you install on your database, go to the different menus, you have a pure obsolete model, pure obsolete table, pure obsolete columns, and go through each of the menus and click on them and remove all this stuff that is not needed. You can make a backup of the database and keep it safe in any case, but it's not needed. It's true that keeping this old stuff may impact a bit on performance. Why? Because you may have some columns, foreign key constraints, and so on, that acts each time you remove, for example, a record, or so on. So don't keep this old stuff for years. But it's safe, but it may impact a bit on performance. Okay, but we do it this way because it's usual that you migrate, you don't detect a problem, and then your user using the new version detect this. They pass you an issue, and it's more difficult to go to the other database, to the old one, dump the data and put it on the new one. You have the old data, then you run an SQL query, and you fix it, and going away. Okay?
Just remains until basically it's separated from the
Exactly. It's a total separated process. You can chain it. It's not recommended by these possible cases, but you can do it. And you have a very powerful tool through an OCA module, which does this.
So my question is more related about the tools that you displayed at the beginning.
Yeah.
Because as you point on the presentation, I wasn't aware about the fish tool, and I didn't get exactly how it helps on the migration process.
Well,
I don't know if it's able to,
the fish tool enables you to run something. You need to for example, I don't have an example. You need to run several scripts or several commands. Then you create a fish file, and with fish you can call this file, and all this process that I needed to do. For example, clicking in the pre-migration, then clicking the migration, then clicking the post-migration. This can be executed automatically just with executing one command. It's an automatic.
No, fish helps you. It's a command line utilities to, for example, execute a process in background. Sorry.
Yeah.
So fish is a small utility to facilitate the commands line. So you can run, for example, a task in the background. You can do with Linux command as well. It's just a bit more convenient. So no mysteries there. So it's adds some facilities, but you can do it with Linux, normal Linux, and that's it, right? So then I think you should be aware that. So you need to find ways to clean your data before starting a migration. Because you know how a database works. So probably you need to run some scripts you can build, because you know that some data needs to be cleaned up before starting the migration. Otherwise, there might be errors.
That's all you need to know. And there are tips and tricks, and Mikel has provided a few examples. But essentially, in my opinion, the open upgrade should be containing all the logic so that you have minimum alterations before and after. Right? And for the most part, this is the case.
For example, if I go here, I can show how this Odoo filter add-ons works. I can remove, for example, all these models. And then if I go, I have to make sure I have the add-ons file, and I have the repos file with the information I need. For example, the repos, the branches, and then I go here. I go. And then it will automatically load all the models from these branches to the folder. They will be generated. And it's a very easy tool that helps to manage a lot of different folders with a lot of modules. You will have everything contained in one folder, and I think it's pretty easy to manage.
So So if you intend to run project from version 12 to version 14, for example, Open Upgrade is very stable, and you can use only the code, the main code from Open Upgrade in GitHub. And probably you don't need this tool, okay? You know that when you run projects, in your projects you have several repositories to fetch code from. So you can go to your add-ons path and list them. That's fine. The problem is when your project depends on open pull requests from GitHub. That's where complexity comes. And this is where the Git aggregator and Odoo filter add-ons are two examples of projects where you can list all the pull requests that you want to include in your code automatically, even when the same repository contains multiple pull requests. And why do you need that in Open Upgrade that is so important? It's important if you try to migrate in versions that are quite recent, because the Open Upgrade project is complex, and throughout the year, for example, several people are publishing open pull requests. So if you want to run your migration project, probably you need to rely not only on the base branch, let's say Open Upgrade 17, but also on a number 2, 3, 4 open pull requests. So if you don't include them, you will not see the fixes, etc. included. So part of, but this is only happening when you are in the bleeding edge, when we are trying to migrate from 16 to 17, for example, now, because there are many open pull requests, okay? So that tool is very important. Otherwise, it's very important in general in your Odoo projects to have Git aggregate and Odoo filter add-ons, or either of them, because it makes things easier, because your project always also will contain probably open pull requests, and you want to merge them in your project as part of your development workflow. Go ahead.
Maybe that's more a strategic question that is following up exactly that point. So if we all agree, and I think we do all agree, that Open Upgrade is the tool to be followed to migrate
and I think, and I don't have an answer to that, but the problem with the open pull requests is primarily because the recent upgrades happen in a decentralized way, right? A lot of technical experienced partners like you do it, put pull requests here and there, and get it on the way. And I'm a bit curious to know your take, how we could improve that the whole experience, upgrading it to a more recent version, is a more consistent and more coherent right after a release. I don't know whether you got the point, but if different partners start out with the process and do pull requests here and there, then it might be that the coordination is like the knowledge about including that pull request and this one is not necessarily shared among everybody that's working on it at the same time, right? Mm-hmm. So everybody has to figure out again if he wants to migrate to a very recent version, and I think that's mostly when open upgrade is important, so that you can do a very recent upgrade. How can we fix that problem? So the problem of recency in shared environments.
I think that it leads me to answer first is, when you are starting with open upgrade, don't suicide yourself, please. So don't go to migration to version 17 just because it's snappy or it's Odoo experience has just finished, because you will crash. Right? It's a complex project. So what you have to do is take your dusty old version 12 database from this customer and then migrate it to version 13 or 14. Right? Okay, 16. Okay. Now, you need to build confidence in the process. So don't go to the bleeding edge. Okay? Now, when you are brave enough, you're strong, you have built your muscles, then you can go for the bleeding edge. And that's where you feel like you're strong enough, so you take one of your strong developers and put him to look into the open upgrade repositories and explore the open pull requests. So that's where you start to get involved in the project. And so you know what's going on, who's proposing what, right? And that's where you pick and select what pull request do you want for your project, because now you are a more advanced contributor and you are more brave to try new things and explore. And that is, I mean, it's the normal life, day in life of people working in Odoo to work with open pull requests. That's the reality. If you don't want to live in the bleeding edge, then go for older versions and feel more confident.
That's not the right point to put it, but at the end of the day, the customer would like to have a very recent version of its database, right? And if the opportunity is, I mean, just an open discussion, but if half of the population of potential users of open upgrade also already swallowed the bitter pill of buying licenses and go the enterprise way with all the disadvantages that by the time that we are that open upgrade is like mature enough for that version to be migrated, then we lost already all of the potential adoption.
But Frederick, let me talk especially about a strategy. You need the latest version if in your company strategy you only go for from version 11 to version 16. For example, if you have already gone across version 11, version 12, version 13, and you install to new customers that version, you already start to know about the version without needing to migrate to that version. The rush to migrate modules, to migrate databases is because your strategy is already some kind of frustrated because you are only working on that 2 versions. So you have a very old one or the newest one. Don't go that way. Pass through each version, and you won't be on a rush to migrate to version 17. That's my case. I have already customers in version 17 because they have started this year, and we have enough OCA modules to attend their needs. But I'm now migrating some customers to version 16, and I will start to migrate to databases to version 17 in some point half of the next year. But I'm not on a rush. Why? Because I don't base my strategy on that. And there is another factor, which is to decouple the Odoo implementation from the Odoo migration. If you pack all of this in the same service, you don't have to put the customer at the decision to put one version or another. No, you start in this version. It doesn't matter. Passing some time, you will be on the next version. So for you, it's not a decision factor that if you start with one version, there will be a problem or there will be a budget problem going to another version. So that's my point of view on the strategy. Anyway, Enrique on the previous talk has already nailed it also about how to avoid this, which is to have reviewers. Having reviewers, proper reviewers, there won't be such a pile of pull requests because they will be merged quicker. So that's also a way. And of course, as said, in a dream, Open Upgrade version 18 should be in December of this year, but it's not possible. Why? Because if we want to do it correctly, we need to put some time. So it's better to decouple the rush of migrating, taking another company strategy, in my opinion. Okay, but let's try anyway. And OCA is on that mood to provide budget to do this in a quicker way. Why right now we don't have Open Upgrade version 17? Because the volunteer companies that work usually with it, we don't have an special interest or rush to do it already. So that's why I haven't started reviewing any version 17 pull requests. Okay.
Quick question. You mentioned about writing tests in the integration.
Yeah.
Which part of the script do you write that? Like, I mean, is there any documentation about it?
Yeah, Sylvain Legal on the documentation branch. But there is a link on the project.
There's a website for the documentation.
Without. On the README, go to the README, and there is a link to the documentation. For documentation, see here. Did you find it?
Here, yeah.
That's it. Here you have how to develop migration scripts and also this part. On the lower, migration script development. Of course, it can be improved, and everyone is welcome to contribute to expand this documentation, but at least there is a rationale about each of the changes you can find on the analysis files and how to proceed.
By the way, you didn't mention end migration.
Yeah, there is a part that it's called the migration. that comes in Odoo. You have for each module the pre-migration script, the post-migration script, but you can develop another one that's called the migration. You need to put in the same folder, and this is run after the migration of the database is done. Then before Odoo stops, it runs all the migrations of all the modules in the same order from.
So that would be the point when I'm really bold about throwing away the invoice database. I could do it there, right? To install the module that you just explained, and then run the functions to clean up the database. I would do it in this end section of the migration, or keep it separated.
I think it has to be separated, because when you are running the migrations, you are still in the migration process with Open Upgrade. You are not deleting data in that process, in that moment. If you are deleting data, you may have some, you can make some kind of error, or
Sure. I mean, from a strategy
from the same strategy and the clean possibilities, it's better to be safe. Okay, finish.
no battery.
I have no battery. I hope it's not a bad sign. So suspense. What's going to happen? So in the meantime, I can tell you after this talk, we will have the informal party. So we will meet again in the basement. There will be a food truck with some French fries and some meatballs and other nice burger. I'm just doing. Where we can have a couple of drinks, and will be amazing. So, well, I will just put it there. Is it all right? Yes? Okay, perfect. Okay, so I will share with you what I've been doing in the last few months. I've been discussing with a lot of people from the community, from people outside the community, or a bit in between. I've got a lot of feedback about how people see the OCA, what we struggle with as the OCA, but also as Odoo integrators. And this is the base of this talk. So I will show you what I've learned, some facts that I've discovered, and what we propose to do for the next months and the next years even. Oh. It's too quick. Okay, so first I want to share with you the challenges that we are facing. As you know, but we have many challenges, but so I selected the main ones according to my discovery. So first, contributors. We have more and more contributors with the time, but it's growing really slowly. And we also have long-timer contributors that feel that they lack recognition in the Odoo, in the OCA ecosystem, and also they become tired because they have been there for some of them more than 10 years. And they feel like we need more people to come and help. But it's hard because when people come, sometimes they don't stick. So it's an effort, it's tiring. So it's a big challenge in an open source community. Second challenge, we have no link with the vendor. Odoo knows about the OCA, but there is no link with the OCA. There is really minimal recognition. We don't have the OCA link on the Odoo website. I had to fight to get my talk accepted at the Odoo experience to present the OCA. So there is nothing, like we are really tiny in the Odoo ecosystem, and more tiny as the time passes. Third challenge, positioning. What is OCA in the end? We are all here, but what do we do? And for a lot of people outside here, or even maybe people in this room, OCA is just OCA modules. High quality, good modules that I can install. It's free. It's amazing. But is it something else? Is there something else behind the OCA? For other people, the OCA is also just a techie community. Like a club of the old-timers Odoo guys. They know a lot. But if you don't have a high level of technicality and knowledge in Odoo, you cannot make it into the club. And the fourth challenge we face is money. You've seen the figures previously. We are a so small budget in the Odoo world. I mean, it's really a small part of your company's budget, I suppose. And we don't have previsibility because we depend on the sponsoring, and it depends really on the people willing to help, but it's not really structured. So from your point of view, so the integrators, so the people really doing business with Odoo, we selected 4 big challenges that we want to tackle with our proposition. First is the same as the OCA, it's the contributors, but from the other side. So my PR is not reviewed. There is no one who is merging my PR. It's tiring. It's really hard and complex to work with the OCA. What can I do about it? there is also module discoverability and usability. Those modules are great, but the documentation is lacking or sucks. And also, I don't know as a consultant when will be the module I need in the version that I'm working on. So it's also a lot of questions. When is this module becoming available in this version? And we have endless of this kind of email on the contributor mailing list. Third challenge, it's hard to sell open source. If you want to explain the value of open source to your customers, it takes a lot of time. It can be messy, it's hard. They don't see the value. And so it's also something hard for you as an Odoo integrator to make the marketing of the Odoo ecosystem with the open source philosophy. And the last, it's also money, and the same challenge as the OCA. What is the good business model to survive in the Odoo ecosystem? Because the Odoo market is changing, it's becoming more and more aggressive, I would say, because there are more and more people coming into the Odoo game. And you want to be aligned with your open source philosophy, but how do you do both? How do you reconcile everything? So, a lot of challenges. We cannot solve everything, of course, but I think that we can make something better than today within the OCA, because what we can do with the OCA is be strong together. So this is the proposition of what we could have as a newcomer in the community, and what are the steps the people could go into. So in blue, it's for individual people, and for the companies, it's in red. And this is an example. So it is possible to take parallel ways, of course, and do a part of it or all of it. Nothing is mandatory, but I felt that we were missing a clear vision of how we can enter the OCA ecosystem and what are the steps with different point of view. So I will go into more details afterwards. But yeah, you see the idea. You use the OCA apps, and then you can become an expert, and you can become a really good supporter of the OCA by following all the steps. So to back me up, I have some facts that I want to share with you. This is also a challenge that I had. We have some facts and some data, but we are also lacking a lot of data. We don't know how many people use OCA modules. We don't know what they do with the OCA modules. We don't know if they are just copying and making some fixes, but without contributing back the fixes. It's really yeah, blurry. But what I can share with you are those. So we shared also before. So this is the evolution of the members, and also I selected the companies. So the real data is the members, but I regrouped the members by companies. And what I see is that only 6% of the companies paying memberships pay for more than 5 members. So we have and those companies, we know them a lot because they're sponsoring everything and they have been there for a long time. But what we see is that companies just pay 1 membership, and that's all, because then why? Why would I want to buy more membership? There is no value behind that. And what we also see is from a geographical point of view, the majority of the members are from Europe. Another data that we have, because we use Odoo, so we can do reporting easily, it is that we have more money. We don't really have more money. It's like, you see this unpredictability I was talking about the money that we get from sponsorship. But what we see in red is the average amount by sponsor. So there is a tendency to have more and more company sponsorship the OCA, but giving less and less money. And also 95% of the sponsors are in Europe, US or Canada. And yeah, it's really, we see that the OCA is really European-centric. And those are the facts that we can get from GitHub about the pull requests and contributors. So we see that we have more and more contributors, but it's really a slow, tendency, right? And also Odoo is becoming bigger. We have a lot of different versions that we maintain, so that it's also explained that we have more pull requests with the time. In blue is the expected amount for the rest of the year. So we need to find a way to position the OCA. And what I propose is to, well, it's not finished because we need to work about the communication, but we need to make the world know that the OCA, it's really about real collaboration and real open source. And to win that, we need really to win the crowd. We need to have more members. We need to have more companies inside the game. Otherwise, in 5 years' time, I think we are not there anymore. And to do that, I would like to focus on 3 different topics. There are many, many topics, but we have to prioritize, right? So those are the 3 axes that I would like to focus on in the next months and years. It's to focus on membership, contributors recognition, and recurrent subscription. So the goal of the membership, as I told you, when you become a member, right now you don't get anything. You can become a delegate if you're a member, but that's all in the end. It doesn't change anything. When you buy it on the website, you don't receive really a welcome email. It's just really basic. So we should really give value to this membership. And I mean, the new normal should be that anyone using OCA module should be a member in the end. Why not? And what we want to give as a counterpart of the membership, it's knowledge, OCA knowledge. So I will explain you just afterwards. The contributors recognition is because we need also to make known all the people who are doing a really great job for the OCA, and it has been too silent for the last year, so we want to make this a focus as well. And the third axis, it's about visibility for companies, because we think that companies who are working with the OCA and dealing with the complexity of OCA and Odoo ecosystem, they need to get visibility from an independent organization, which is the OCA. So let's dive in. So what we propose for individuals, you know, on the left there is the GitHub donation, which already exists. We don't advertise a lot about it, and we are losing contributions over time. But I think it's not an issue because I want to focus a lot on the membership on the right. And what I propose is to give some access to exclusive content to the members, starting with webinars on technical and functional topics related on Odoo, but also related on the OCA. I was thinking, for example, you want to use the MIS Builder, create MIS reports. It can be messy or hard, but you could get access to a webinar to get to know it. And the future, I envision that we make webinar in different languages with the help of different localization, local associations, because really the power of the community is also in the different countries and the diversity. With this membership, you could also get regular news on what's going on, what are the new modules that are out, which module has been migrated in the latest version, get information about Open Upgrade, because it is also something that comes a lot. And for the moment, people need to get the information in the GitHub. It's not so user-friendly for people who are not really aware of the technical stuff. So we want to bring the information to the members, and not that they have to try hard to find information. And then on the right, it's also, we won't change that. Members, they still get access to the governance before becoming a delegate. And we could also think of additional services in the future. This is the basics, but if we have more money and structure, we can build many other things and offer them to the members to get even more members. So for me, if you are in the OCA, you should get a membership. It's the new normal. For the contributors recognition, what we would like to do is really create a page on the OCA website to promote the contributors and get them a really nice profile with some information about their contributions. They are members of PSC, the list of modules that they are author, the list of modules that they contributed to, a link to the GitHub profile, the name of their company, of course, as well. And also, it is also part of the membership webinar. We want to promote all the experts and the contributors of the OCA and make them known as experts, and we will invite them to share their expertise on webinars, on trainings, and also inform in the newsletter what they have been doing for the OCA. And also social media for the, because we all need to go on social media these days, unfortunately. Then the third axis, so it's for companies. So the big idea here is to get a recurrent revenue. So when company subscribe to those subscriptions, we want them to do so for many years. And make it recurrent, which is very different from the sponsorship. Like each year we are asking, do you want to sponsor again? Oh, maybe not, maybe not. Here the idea is that you change the budget. It's not that you give money to the OCA if you have some budget left in the end of the year. It's more like subscription to the OCA is part of your communication and expertise budget, right? And so we have 3 different levels because we have different types of companies and different types of benefits. The basic subscription would be the first step, where you access an onboarding session for developers and consultants, because this is also something hard for newcomers. They don't find their way in the OCA. So that's the first benefit. Authorization to use the OCA subscriber logo on their website and promotion material. We will also list them on the OCA website, and they can also give their input for the future OCA maintenance, which is another axis that we want to make happen in the next years, but which is not ready yet. The second level would be like the expert subscription that we expect many companies would like to have. So it's like the first basic subscription, but you get a dedicated company profile on the OCA website with the list of all the members in the OCA that are part of your company, the number of contributors, the different countries you are working in, and company description. The small differentiation thing is what we have called expert tag, which is something that you claim that you are really good in something, like for example in retail or warehouse management, or I don't know, there are accounting. And we want you to explain how you are really using the OCA knowledge and ecosystem to be good in this topic, in this domain. And you will have this tag on your profile, and the goal is for any customer wanting to have help on certain topics, they will find you with this specificity. And also another benefit that we could add is that you get the logo of your company in the README of the new OCA modules that you contribute. So it gives you more visibility. The last level is the premium subscription, which is like the first plus the second. And there we wanted to create something specifically for the CEOs or managers of Odoo departments to discuss business opportunities, because we know that now bigger companies are wanting to work with Odoo, but as a small company in one country, you might not be big enough or you need to have some other people in other countries to help you to answer a request for quotation. So the goal is to have this kind of discussion and business discussions in this channel. We also propose to have a quarterly meeting with the board to discuss the strategy of the OCA, and of course more visibility on the OCA website. We still want to keep the sponsorship available because we know that we have also people in the OCA that are not Odoo integrators. For example, companies are using Odoo for themselves and they just are really happy that the OCA exists because they use OCA modules. So we want to keep that for them, but make it really simple and with one fee. And for the event sponsorship like OCA Days or other events, we don't want to change anything at the moment on this topic. So, in summary, this is clear now for you, as I explained every step. I just presented the membership on step 1, and then the basic subscription, expert subscription, and premium subscription on step 3, 5, and 7. But I want to stress that it is not mandatory to be a subscriber to become a contributor. It's not mandatory to be a contributor to be a subscriber. Those are examples. It's not really, there are no prerequisites to do the different steps. So if you are interested in this, there is a QR code there with a link to a survey so that we can gather a bit of information if you are interested in the different subscriptions. So that I told you I need more data, so please give me data. And yeah, so in summary, we have 3 things that we can do together. So you can buy a membership for the whole people in your company. So you can register for a subscription if you are interested in, and you also can give me a lot. What I need also is your feedback, of course, because I'm presenting all of this like, woohoo, it's all new. But I want to get a sense of, is it what you want? Is it useful? Can we do new big things with all these new ideas? And the third step is, yeah, if you have ideas and you want to orient the strategy of all these axes, please join a working group that we will be building in the next months, and you can just contact me to be in there. So that's it. I think we can have some questions. Oh, also, I printed some part of the presentation on paper if you want to have a look and check a bit more in detail, because it went quite fast. So you can come and get them. And do we have a mic? Oh, we lost the mic. But there is no question, so we don't need a mic. Oh, no, there is. Okay.
First, thank Virginie for working on this, for trying to include it. There are some very interesting proposals here, but I don't agree with several of them. The first one is about including the company logo on the modules you create. I'm not going to be, I don't want to contribute to a module that has another company logo. So this is totally breaking the principle of contribution and collaboration. Mm-hmm. So that is, allow me to say, a very bad idea. So the rest can be more or less suitable, but that one I don't consider as a good one because I won't have any motivation to contribute on a module that is going to promote another company. And you know that the most veteran modules and the best modules are something of a lot of companies collaborating to this module.
Okay, I will just repeat for YouTube. So Pedro thanked me for the work. And he saw quite improvement there, but he really doesn't agree with the company logo aspect on the subscription because he doesn't want to collaborate, to contribute on the modules where there is another company's logo on it. And it will break the circle of contribution and collaboration. Okay. So I took notes.
Thank you for the summary. And the other one is you have talked about obviously contributor recognition and this is very important, but you have centered, you have focused on only individuals. And it's the same important or even more to get company contributors recognition because at the end individual contributors are paid by companies. So if you don't do this and you only get company visibility through paying, we are prostituting the ecosystem. It's hard word, but somehow we are doing the same as enterprise. Paying for being on a member list, on a partner list. So something that can balance this is to get these levels of subscription through contribution. For example, you can pay or you can contribute this number of the metrics we want to do. So that can balance both things.
Okay. So I will repeat for YouTube. So about contributors recognition, we focus here only on individuals, but we also need to promote companies because in the end, companies are paying the contributors. And this could even be similar to prostitution of the ecosystem. Okay. Prostitution, okay. But there is a way to balance that. And you can choose to either you pay or you contribute to get visibility. Yeah. Yeah, maybe you can come and talk here in my mic directly.
He was before for saying something.
Oh yeah. Go, come. Yeah, because I don't want to repeat every time.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I have a problem with this.
Okay. I'll be the PA.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Well, mine really just revolves around this. I'm not so sure if I misunderstood it or understood it, but also it's tied very much to the statistics that you showed us a lot earlier. So I'm from Uganda. That's a state somewhere in Africa, East Africa. And I mean, we love Odoo generally, and we have interfaced with it. Of course, we use OCA modules. And of course, as the vision you have just well explicitly said it, it's really onboarding and letting the whole world really become part of the whole ecosystem. Now, I'm not so sure what has informed these numbers, but you also mentioned that 95% of the contributors and pretty much the stakeholders around OCA are in Europe. So, right? Europe and US. So for the subscriptions are, and I mean this to an extent is tied to the model of Odoo itself. The figures probably related. I would imagine companies wanting to subscribe to this is really for recognition, right? So I feel and I just want clarification. I feel if these figures are very close to Odoo, licensing and all that, partnership and all these things, because companies are really just buying into that for purposes of recognition, and and they can get onboarded, and they can get a bit of marketing here and there. I think the OCA would provide a very good channel, because majority of users, I guarantee you, are really community-based. There's enterprise, but not everybody can buy those licenses. So I'm very sure in Africa, where I come to, majority of my clients are actually community users. We use the OCA modules in one or the other, and there are a number of companies that would want that bit of recognition. So if the figures are very close, I feel if the figures are so close to what, let's say, Odoo, the parent company is offering, and if it's the purpose of recognition, someone would easily buy into the, if they actually had that budget, they would actually buy more into to Odoo, the parent company. So maybe if you could just explain what is really informing the figures, it would probably give a lot more perspective. Forgive me for a very long question, or I don't know.
No, it's good. So yes, of course, there are the partnership levels that it's like how do you say that, a benchmark. But also I thought about what would cost all those things, and I did some figures to check what we would need and how many subscriptions we would need to get a certain level of money, and that also drove the figures there. Also, I want to explain that those are the numbers that I think European and US company can pay quite easily, and for companies in other parts of the world, it might be quite expensive. So we also consider making it cheap, a different pricing for those other countries. And we need to discuss it a bit in detail with the different companies, because the idea also is to get the money where there is money, and there is a lot of money in Europe and the US for the moment, and that's also the goal, that to take the money where it is, and also focus on the membership, which is really a cheap entrance fee, and so we think that we can also give a lot of value to the people with the membership, even if they don't go there on the subscriptions. But we can adapt. It's also good to get the feedback about the numbers and adapt them for the different countries and discuss with all of you to get something that matches what you want to put there. There was yes, Ivan.
So actually, hello everyone, my name is Ivan. Yes, I'm from Chatmix. Yes, sorry, Ivan. My question is, so what do you think about our distinguishment from Odoo? So right now, our slogan says, okay, let's Odoo mightier together. But frankly speaking, I think Odoo is mighty enough at the moment, yes. And probably we should switch a little bit and think about ourselves, because as I mentioned, yes, Fabienne is a billionaire, but I think not every one of us is already in the same position. Yes, so probably we need to be like more OCA specific, and we should distinguish OCA from Odoo at some point. What do you think about it, and are there any plans and are there any, let's say, strategic points about that? Prego.
Yes. So how we want to be distinguished from Odoo?
Yes. So for example, that's a really good question about the pricing. So for example, okay, I can pay this money. Yeah, no problem. But what do I get for that money? Yes, when I'm buying something, I would like to get some value.
Yeah.
So that's not the problem. The problem is not the price. Not the problem, but the question is the value for that price. So we would like to have some value as a sponsor, for example. And that means that we need to understand that going OCA and being OCA means being different, means being something. Odoo is, well, that's all. There will be a lot of people there, but OCA is something different, something, you know, let's say above Odoo. Not because we are bragging, but because we have such great people like Pedro, who is doing thousands of pull requests and reviews, and other contributors who are building this community. Yes, and we need to recognize it, and we need to use this power to be more recognized in the entire community.
Yeah, yeah.
So that is, so value is important to explain the price. That's the idea.
Yeah, but yeah, I agree. We need to explain the value, but we need to do it to be able to show the value as well. I mean, that's the first step. And I think that the whole challenge here is to make the people know about what we are doing in the OCA. And so I think it goes with a lot of better communication and marketing. I didn't go into those details, but I can go with some of you if you want to afterwards or tomorrow. I created a budget with what we should get from which different subscriptions and what team we can build inside the OCA to make things happen. So I planned some budget for the communication to have a really professional branding because, yeah, let's face it, we were not so good there. Also have someone to do more community management on the social media and create a lot of content about what we are doing into the OCA. So those are all the things I would like to do with the money we hope to get from this subscription. And I hope that in the future it will be easier for people to get the value and want to come and contribute and be part of it. Does it answer? Yeah. There is Pierre there who was first.
I was wondering what could happen with the quarterly meeting with the board, and I feel that it's not very fair for a small company that couldn't pay the subscription, and maybe those talk could orient the board to make decisions centered with to that company. Not sure if I'm clear. I feel it's not so fair that company that pay premium subscriptions that will talk with the board and maybe orient the board to make decisions. I have the feeling OCA won't be a really non-profit, well, not a free to make any decision. I know the board. In the board there is a company already, but
yeah, that's a good point. And yeah, that's not the goal. But I suppose if there is fear in the community, we need to acknowledge it. So
this is the same objection that I gave you when we discussed it. The answer is no.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean it's good feedback. Maybe we can find a way to make sure it doesn't happen, or maybe we have to change it there. So we take the feedback and we come back to you. Frédéric?
I just want to make a point that
that is important to me. We, as we are sitting here, we are all to some extent members of the community, either contributing with ideas, with pull requests, with whatever. But as Fabien always tells us in the experience event, the market is much larger. And if we transfer that picture, the analogy, to us, then we are discussing about this
and they will push more developers to going into contributors. So we will grow, and big companies will push more developers, so they will contribute more. For every one of us, and the community will survive and will grow in a market that now is nothing. Is really near to disappear, because the strongest of other companies, big companies, are more than the OCA, not Odoo, other companies in Odoo. So I see here a solution. So I don't focus in trying to find the mistake. I focus on, if this is not the best solution, we should give another one, but not look for wrong thing here, because I think it's a really good idea to survive and to grow. And maybe next year we could be here, 500 people, and we can have in GitHub 400 contributors. That is the important thing in my side. Thank you.
Okay, that was a good last intervention.
Let's stop here.
So I propose to stop here. I'm here the rest of the days. I will also be there on the Odoo XP. We have a booth there, so we can continue to discuss, and you can continue to give me feedback. I will be happy to discuss that further with you. And thank you. Good evening, and see you.
Officiel avant la fin de l'année. Je pense qu'il va gagner.
Ouais.